Hello.
Hey, good morning ish.
Oh, your framing is a little bit unfortunate right now. Sorry, audio,
Oh,
but uh, I don't know if you position. It seems like you tightened up your shot, and that has completely and utterly removed uh little geef from the equation.
I'm sorry, everybody.
I can I
Here for
can
all
here
the for
here I
all
can
of
I can I can
the
reposition it.
live listeners. There's
There
a
you go.
tiny baby joining us here today.
There you go. So
But
right
he
now the keyboard is completely cropped out, and the top of your head is off cam. So that's where we're at.
he's a
I'll make a hot
tiny
adjustment.
child.
I'll do it. I'll do it live.
He's a good boy. He's sleepy right now because Paige did a great job wearing him out. I took a nap when we came home from earlier errands, and wearing this dog out often includes hearing the words Zangief no quite often.
I thought it was good grief.
Well, that's the hashtag.
Okay. Almost got you. There
Boy,
you
I
go.
am tired as shit.
Yeah. As am I. I hear that. Okay. There we go. All right. We're good. And hey, hello, MP3. What's up? It is what it is at
Oh,
this
can you
point.
see the MP3?
No, I'm talking to the MP3 people. I'm just
Oh,
saying,
right.
you
Oh,
know,
yes. Wooly was moving the camera for you people in the MP3.
you understand how it is. Hey, so
Oh no, you've unknowingly shown part of the couch that includes the mold woman. Usually,
and I've actually pulled in too much because now there's the actual uh like secondary camera weird thing that happens with me.
oh,
So,
you've done a great job today.
we're
Why
going
don't
to
you just put it
just
back the way it was? People saw the dog.
yeah, I assume that, that's kind of what you were going for, so I decided to
No,
oblige.
what I was going for was the fact that I have a power cable running from the monitor to the floor into a thing, and the dog likes to run around, and sometimes he runs straight into it, and thus constantly moves the monitor around.
Mhm.
So I just barely fixed it
Okay. You
for
know,
this.
I can yeah, the best I can do here is have have this crop where I'm at, or I can even get less of your face and more of dog. So like,
Yeah, why not?
it all works out.
This is so fun for the audio listeners. This is my favorite audio podcast.
All right, listen. Um,
That's what they're doing.
so you know what that means then, right? What we got to do is we got to have a little bit we got to have a little bit something extra for MP3 folks so that they don't
Yeah.
get shafted entirely. So like we'll cut the stream off and we'll give an extra 30 seconds,
Yeah, you get one extra bit
one
right
extra
at the
bit
end of the
right
right
at
at
the
the end of the
end,
stream.
and that's going to
So
be
we're
MP3
it's super
exclusive.
good bit every
There you go.
time.
Every 100%. That's how we're going to do it now. So anytime we're talking about visual dumb things, don't you worry. You're getting your extra good premium shit
Yes, your
right at the
extra
end.
good MP3 bit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how we do it. Just don't forget.
So what's up with you, man? How's your week been?
Well, I can imagine why you're more tired than usual. For me, it's because my body is currently doing the healing factor process because I went and continued my tattoo.
Oh, sick.
Yep. So that was something that I've been looking forward to doing, and fortunately, um, I was able to get that done, and I was very happy with the level of like precautions and procedures in place. Um,
Yeah, but now
especially,
your back hurt.
yeah, a little bit, a little bit. Um, but Like, interestingly enough, the artist like actually is someone that is immunocompromised as well, and so
Mhm.
has to take all the precautions in the world. So I'm like, okay, cool, this is good. I like that. But so we did, and yeah, I can say that I'm pretty happy. Got a good amount of progress done, and it's about 80% now. So
Mhm.
basically, there's just like there's I'd say like yeah another there's another 10% of like missing lines that need to be drawn, and then a 10% of like finalizing the the whole thing, just kind of like going back over the thickest pieces and making sure everything
Make sure
stands
to
out
get
and
the extra
contrasts.
throbbing veins on there.
There's no throbbing veins. They're just
You don't. I mean, you don't know that when you're lying there on your stomach, that they're not just saying "ah, fuck it" and drawing like one hidden big throbbing vein right on the hidden penis on your back.
I'm actually sitting down and just leaning forward.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, it's on your back. It's behind you.
It is behind me. Yeah, so about 80%. That's where we're at. Soon I can um, start shopping for shirts that can be pulled off with one hand gesture.
So it's the bit is always the most ridiculous, because it's not just they're pulling off a shirt with one hand gesture. They're all wearing a button-up shirt.
Right.
They're all wearing like a suit jacket over it, and the whole thing is coming off with like one grab of the waist.
Yeah.
And like the arms should be exploding. Like the only way you could do that is like the arms get torn straight through all the way, and the buttons come. And it's like, I don't fucking whatever. It's dramatic.
Yeah, I feel like the last time I brought this up, I was talking about how they need to learn something from the NBA tracksuits, because
Yeah, the
those are
break.
made to be pulled off the exactly the pullaways, and they're like, you can start going into other fashion as well. But yeah, it's a little bit of that. I remember like first time I actually saw that was Rock Howard's win pose, where like he grabs his jacket off his own
With one, yeah, with one
body.
hand.
And Kyo Kusanagi does it as well when he like whips it over his shoulder, and you're just like, it doesn't come off that way. You can't pull
Yeah,
it
he
through
doesn't.
your
He
body.
doesn't. They never ever pull an arm in
No,
to it. They just, oh yeah, right off.
because you have a couple seconds for that win animation, right? You can't waste too much time, so you just grab it by like one collar and you rip the rest through your body. Just Ultimate Warrior it.
I'm just thinking of like a possible Yakuza enemy that, instead of the back tattoo and pulling the shirt and the suit off, they just have like leg tattoos, and they just have like breakaway pants. It's
Yeah,
just not the same. It's
sure,
just not the same.
sure.
Tell you what, watching Baka Mitai trending worldwide as a big old meme is the weirdest thing. Didn't
It's
expect
very
that.
weird. I mean, it would have been weird enough without the facial like disfiguration,
Yeah.
but the facial disfiguration seems to be a part of what folks are loving.
Well,
And
because that's been a meme of its own in that community, that it's a song that's every game, and the photo that he's looking at always changes, and sometimes it's really stupid shit, like a fucking dog, or like a
mm-hmm,
pocket racer like toy.
mm-hmm. But it's the facial morphing that really kind of sends it over the edge for me, and puts it in a place where I want nothing to do with it.
Yeah, there was like a nightmare version that was like this dog doing it, but they put the mouth in the wrong place,
Exactly. Yeah.
and it was like, oh, bad.
Yeah.
Mm, no.
But yeah, I mean, to be perfectly honest, so that's going down, and I think, interestingly, like by kind of doing, I covered like two areas yesterday, like one on the left side and one on the right side. So,
Hmm.
I think kind of spreading out the the work in a way, instead of like doing heavy in one area, makes recovery a bit easier because you do feel tired afterwards, but I feel like my body was dealing better with it.
How long is a session of that?
So like
on average, I know there are probably
on average about 3 hours. You can go, like, depends. Some people can go 2 and then they tap out. Some people can go 4. Some people can just fucking sit there. It depends on the body part too. I find for me personally, like going over the back, which is a mixture of like really thick flesh, really thick skin, and then a mixture of thin areas where like spine is exposed. You kind of have rough spots and you have easy spots, and
are those fine spots the worst?
Overall, it works out to being about 3 hours before like I can kind of like be like, okay, I feel like I'm starting to sweat. Yesterday in particular, though, like I could have kept going. I was going all right, But like, there's definitely a weird thing about it because you are taking damage, and even if you're like taking it and like you're dealing with it fine, there is a very clear like endorphin rush. Your body kicks in. It starts trying to handle the low level damage spread out across your body, and then like hours later, like you're gonna kind of feel cold. You're gonna feel a temperature drop. You're gonna feel a little bit woozy because like it's directing its energy towards healing over this area of your body. So it's like,
hey, you appear to have been lightly 100%. Stabbed for several hours.
Little bit of that. I also think that if I were doing it over like my arm or like anywhere on my leg or anything like that, it'd be way simpler. Like I don't think I feel like it would be way easier, and like I wouldn't have as much of a reaction that way because I don't know. Just your back is much more sensitive in a lot of places. So, yeah. Anyway, it's something that is like, if I'm starting there, then I can do anything else and probably be fine with it. Didn't get up to much, mainly because all the work I've been doing on things that I can't announce yet. But
gotta get more veins in those.
But what I did manage to do is I did have a night to actually go grind and do a little bit of cleanup in Tsushima.
There's a lot.
Yeah, so I found myself with some time after like taking a break from my stuff, and I'm like, okay, let's go do the side missions and the faceless white missions and a lot of
the ones that are obviously not as important.
I can definitely say that like at this point, even though at first I was like, oh man, if I want to go from my bow and arrows over to my smoke bombs, it's gonna take a second to figure out what's where, and a little bit of that coordination is like rough. But like now I'm like, okay, no, it's fine. I've gotten used to that.
You got it like that.
Yeah,
like I want the kunai into the longbow into this.
Or just style switching for each thing that runs at you,
Yeah, pretty much.
You get the hang of that pretty quickly too as well. So like that I've gotten comfortable with finally. I still think that the standoff mechanic, like I love it. I hate that it's so finicky, and I hate the button you have to press to do it.
I don't understand why it's triangle. Because
it's not. It's up on the D-pad.
Oh, that's what you mean.
It's up on the D-pad, and yeah. Sorry, I don't mean the button to press when you engage. I mean to call it out to begin with, right? I think that like I don't like you have to like move over to that button, especially when there's times when like they notice you and you're on that cusp of like, okay, it's about to turn from white into yellow, and they're in their attention at you. And you're not quite sure if you're gonna if they're gonna give you a prompt for it or if they're just gonna come attack you. And so a couple times I've had them be too close and I had to walk back a bit or take a few steps back on the horse and then do it. And it's like this could be more clear. I understand that the whole point is when you're both inside of each other, you kind of press the button, but it's not really consistent. And in a couple cases, like you get it when no one's looking at you, like you're sneaking up on them and you can do it, and that's fine. And in other cases, like I'm right where I should be, but there's no prompt. So
I
I don't
think
know.
my favorite version of that so far is that I initiated a standoff in a heavily wooded area,
Mhm.
and all three enemies that were supposed to attack me ended up running into trees for like 10
Yeah.
seconds before they reached me. And it was
Yeah.
like, you guys are doing it. You guys are. I get why why it's over there. It's supposed to be deliberate, but it is kind of awkward. But the D pad seems to be the shit. Like how do I put it? Like, this is where the loser buttons that aren't important enough
Mhm.
for a main face button go.
Mhm. Exactly. And like touchpad has to be like like you might actually end up like with your thumb going touching that by mistake even, so can't put anything too critical up there. But the D-pad is exactly that. Like it's let go of your movement to press these buttons. And
Hmm.
for the most part that's fine for like calling the horse and doing all the other stuff you need to do. But when it comes to calling out for a standoff, I wish that I could hold down like a button while walking towards an enemy, and it'll be like,
Hmm.
hey, if this is an aggro point, it'll just do it, like
Like,
it'd be
hold
nice to
down R3 to set.
I
No,
mean, no,
that's a
because
bow
you have
thing.
crouch and yeah, not that, but like I don't know, but like if there were a button to be like I'm being aggressive, right?
I
Even if
I
it's
do I do understand the problem they ran into, because it looks like there's button combinations that are being used, but there are more moves that you get a hold of that require extra button presses and button combinations. So
mhm.
like there's a move that you get that you do triangle and circle in a
Yeah,
fight,
yeah, I unlocked
uh,
that, right? So
and there's a second one that
okay.
uses different buttons, and it's like they're already like pushing up against the amount of buttons they need.
Hmm.
Like that, you do a lot of different goddamn things. You have like like uh, four different weapons and four different throwables, and each of those has an ammo type
Hmm.
that
And
you'll have to switch
your move set switches from the stance as well. Plus, you've
through.
got the hold down light slash like attack. But ultimately, it's the like I've pretty much gotten comfortable with everything else, and again, I feel like reading about the aiming and the switching ammo types was more complex than actually doing it. You do it a couple times, and you're like, oh
Yeah,
no, this makes sense, right? It makes much more sense in feeling it out than it is that reading it out.
I remember when that thing started to fill up. I'm like, oh god, this is going to be really. Oh no, wait, it's fine.
Yeah. But the only thing I have about it is just like I don't like that the call outs are like it's a finicky mechanic. Everything else is pretty solid. Um, the flow of combat seems to be like pretty simple. I definitely can see how like the I'm imagining some of the harder dudes that I started to fight in like these missions will become more standard and will thus kind of like create like when you're getting fucking surrounded and you're just like, okay, I can't possibly deflect properly on everybody and go in on them and stuff like that. And and then you get the option to like perfect dodge, perfect parry and shit like that, and like intimidate the fuck out of everybody when you do, and all these things
The
plus the
I ended up getting perfect dodge, and the timing on it is pretty strict.
so
Uh,
I have perfect dodge and perfect parry, and I find they're not that bad. I don't know. It feels like it's lenient enough,
might be might be because when I got them, like I'm in the third area right now, and you're fighting a lot of enemies.
Mm.
Like it's not just the quality of a particular enemy. Like you get brutes with shields, for example, and you get guys that are like archers do this thing or per island where they call out and they shoot at you.
Dosho.
They they start to shoot multiple times,
Yeah.
and so now they're shooting three times after
Okay.
that, and their archers if there's multiple archers, they can shoot at you simultaneously.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of incoming fire.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Have you seen those gifs of people getting like air comboed to death by
Yes.
the
Yeah.
archer?
There's a specific area where multiple people have filmed themselves jumping off of and just getting juggled to infinity. There's also charms that heal you back and
Holy
give you
shit!
good resolve.
Can we take a quick 5-minute break? I need to run to the bathroom immediately.
Okay. BRB.
Excuse me.
Okay. There we are. You don't seem okay.
I did not shit my pants. That's what's important.
Okay.
These are not different pants, dumbasses.
It's usually one would hope to see a sense of relief after such an urgent run out. But
Irritable bowel syndrome, more like instant butt shit now.
mm-hmm. That's correct. Never well, does that just turn off when you're not at home?
Does what turn off when you're not at home?
Like, does your brain just never go into that mode when you're, like, here, for example?
No.
Okay. Just because I've never seen you. Well, we've talked about this, like, enough. It's, yeah, all right. It's been a while since I've seen, right now, you know?
Yeah, my stomach hasn't felt great today. My sleep's been all screwed up. By the way, if you hear weird slurping noises in the background, that's because Puppy's eating his food. When I woke him up getting up to poop earlier, Puppy realized it was food time and started to go crazy because he is a fat bitch. You are a fat pig.
It might also just be, like, I don't know, apparently my sinuses or something, even though I lean all the way out here before I clear my nose to make sure that doesn't pick up, but some people have
I can hear you when you sniffed your nose just now.
I know, but the point is to not hear it point blank because that's awful. So I'm doing my best, but I also have a permanent sniffle that is with me for the rest of my life.
You should get like a sinus invasion by one of them tubes where they just blow out your sinus throughout your forehead.
I have sinus cleaning devices, you know, like I do have those things. I also used to take a whole lot of well, there was Sudafed originally, but then I used to take a lot of the nasal sprays that are kind of like a steroid, and they work, but they work for a few hours and then you need more, and that's bad. So you
ever get one of those nasal cleaners and it's like the giant bottle that you fill up with saline,
mm-hmm.
and you like blow it up one nostril and then it drip out the other?
The neti pot?
No, not the neti pot. There's a different one. It's not like a kind drip. It's like fucking crush it so that it just shoots right up.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. I've seen that. Yeah.
That is remarkably unpleasant.
Mm-hmm. Feels like it's touching your brain.
Yeah, I like the first time I did it, like I started like choking and I almost like threw up just because it was just like so awful. And then you get used to it. Just like anything else that makes you throw up. Like poop.
Sure. I after a lifetime of using Q-tips and eventually being told enough that like Q-tips are super dangerous and like risky if you use them in your ear. Things okay?
Yeah. Hold on.
Okay. Well, anyway, audience.
I'm taking care of a puppy out here.
Do your thing. I'll just talk to the people. So I've been told for years about like, you know, I've been using Q-tips, and then the dangers of Q-tips came up eventually. And I remember when they came up, like it's one of those things that came up like probably in my like early 20s. This is when I first started like hearing about like, hey, you shouldn't do that. And I think I might have heard about it while a Q-tip was in my ear.
Yeah, it's whatever you do, only use the Q-tip around the exterior of your ear. Don't push it in because that'll hurt your brain.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. For sure, the shittier brands that are not like the main one will like the cotton will come off of it and you're like, oh dear God, never. Because I remember like getting one of those, just like a kind of just a shittier brand where the cotton was not tightly packed in, and you're like, this coming off in your ear is a fucking problem, so do not even go down that road, right?
Don't care for that.
Yeah, but all this to say that, like, is just as we're talking about, you're talking about like those nose cleaning things or whatever. I actually got like what is essentially a drill. It is a pen-sized drill that like has a rubbery kind of tip, and this is meant to be a like safer way to do it. And so you just put it in and you twist in a specific direction, and like along the grooves is how it cleans your ear out, and that way it doesn't push anything further in.
Well, I use for my ear parts, because I have greasy shit ears that create their own form of ear poop, apparently. So I get one of them like pipettes, like one of those little, like, you know, it's like a rubber ball with like a weird tip on it.
Okay.
And you fill that up with lukewarm water, and you slowly snake it all the way to the back of your ear, and you push water out of it.
Okay.
And boy, when your ear is backed up, it is like your ears are taking a shit. The amount of garbage that can shoot out of your ear, it is very bad and gross.
I got one of those water-based ones, but I didn't actually use it because I found the drill was actually doing a decent job without having to put water way up inside, you know? Still kind of not great about that based on my bug story.
Yeah, the fun part about doing that with the pipette or whatever you call it is that you definitely want to use lukewarm water. Because if you use cold water, like pretty cold water, or like hot water, you can just fall right the fuck over. Because it screws it, you know,
fucks
the
up your
temperature
balance.
change.
Yeah, your inner ear. Yeah.
Yeah, I tried it with like just cold tap water and almost like fell down in the shower. Just just tipped right over.
Yeah. No, that's dangerous. And again, I don't want to go too far in. A Q-tip felt nice going far in, but like I'm just gonna count myself as lucky that nothing bad has ever happened, considering how many warnings there's been about that stuff. So I'm just gonna be like, fine, I'll give it up. It's a pleasure that I'll have to deal without. And I mean, I've told it many times, but like one time, just the super short version is one time when I was younger, a mosquito crawled into my fucking ear and just got stuck inside. So I heard the buzzing of a bug inside of my brain for the better part of an hour. And
the same thing happened to my sister.
Ambulance
when they eventually flushed it out,
wasn't great.
Like,
flushing eventually was that's all, but it just couldn't get it out for a really long time. So that'll fuck you up. That'll fuck you up. So if you haven't heard that one already, if you're new, I'll tell it again. That's what happened. I don't like that. I don't like bugs. I don't like the sound of a bug near my ear.
What, you don't like bugs inside your body?
Not great. So anyway,
I've got bad news for you, because bacteria are covering every cilia of every cell of you.
Anyway, as weird as it sounds, the soft drill works pretty decently. So I was impressed with that. But it definitely goes out of its way to be like, don't fucking twist it the wrong way. There's an arrow, follow the arrow. That's to pull things out. If you twist it the wrong way, you're shoving it in. You know, it's one simple step. Don't fuck this up. You know?
Yeah, impacted earwax is fucking awful.
So
it's really bad.
But anyway, so yeah, Tsushima got a little bit of that going.
Tsushima's pretty good.
Finished off Halo 3. Fight was finished.
Before we leave Tsushima, I do have a piece of advice for you.
Yeah.
So the different things happen when you finish different areas. When you when you beat all the camps in the first area, like all the all the Mongol encampments, it's just gonna ping the entire map and just show you where every little question mark is. So don't necessarily feel like you have to scrape up the map to find those secrets. Like, they'll just tell you where they all are. What's way more important is that when you're about to leave the second map, it'll tell you, hey, you're about to do a really long mission. And do whatever you want to do before you do that mission, because you're not able to go back to the first 2 areas until near the end of the game after you do that one.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense then, because I'm still in Act 1, but I thought I had found all the camps. Turns out I guess I haven't. So.
There's some that aren't even on the map until you fucking get to the second island.
Okay.
Like, they don't exist.
Cool. Good to know. So yes, though, and I found I was very, very happy to find the white dye color guy.
Yep.
Because I remember just being like, all these merchant dyes not really cutting it for me. There's 1 or 2 that are all right, but I'm not really digging these looks. And then it's like, what did I want? I wanted this dude. The white dye guy up top was like, yeah, these are the colors you want to rock. Absolutely.
What suit? What clothes are you wearing most of the time?
Well, I mean, look, I have my digital deluxe big fuck emperor armor, and I'm not wearing that anymore because it's too much. It's just too jarring whenever I see the cutscenes of you
sneaking around in that looks fucking silly.
It's goofy as fuck. So I had to take it off, right? So what I'm using is I'm alternating between the traveler's outfit for finding shit and the I think it's just like the typical the samurai clan?
That's a good set. The one samurai you got clan? From Masako.
Yeah, Samurai Clan and Travelers are the 2 I'm going between, and I have them both in white with a white sword, and I think that's a pretty fun look. So
there's a black dye merchant that you'll find later that has the you notice that not everything has a white version.
Yeah.
The ones that don't have a white version, they have a black version.
Okay. Yeah. So that's cool. And like now I'm like, well, now I have a reason to give a fuck about flowers a little bit, you know? Cuz I'm like, I don't need these at all if I only see 1 or 2 things I want, but now I'm like, okay, no. I want to get these, so that's fine. So that's what we got going on. Tsushima. I finished Halo 3. In the end, very good game. I felt there was there's definitely a couple moments of like, what was your plan? Space AOC? What exactly did you hope to accomplish here? But
don't worry about it.
I do think in the end, like, I can see how the gameplay refined itself into a really, a pretty fun place. Just going on story though, like, to me, 2 remains the best so far. Really? I said this kind of in the final discussion of it, but 2 really stands out as like an amazing game in the middle of it. And yes, the Blur studio cutscenes like are kind of unfair, but I think even taking the cutscenes out of the equation, the writing is much better in 2, and there were more interesting plot threads happening that I felt that 3 just kind of turned them into sort of like straight punches in a way. So like I kind of thought that 2 kind of set up some interesting questions. For example, like the prophet betraying the other, the prophet of truth being kind of betraying the other prophets, and it kind of hints at like something like, oh, is there something more to this? Like, is he just manipulating them because he has something else he wants to accomplish, or what are we going at here? And then it's like, no, he's a true believer too. He kind of was just being greedy, and it just kind of like, it's like, oh, that was an interesting question. I wish that kind of went somewhere, Or Cortana and Gravemind having that moment of like, yo, let's talk. I'm like, okay, what the fuck does that mean? That's interesting.
I bet that if you're disappointed with parts of Halo 3, that there's a book you can read that'll make that part better.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's not to say it's not that I was disappointed with parts of Halo 3 as much as I felt that they were fine, but they didn't live up to like some of the really cool stuff about 2. In particular in the writing of 2. I feel that the Cortana and Gravemind thread didn't go in the most interesting place. I felt the There was another one like that too as well. There's something else that I was like, oh, that's interesting, and then not so much, you know. But all that to say that like it speaks more volumes about how good 2 is than it does about problems with 3, because 3 is still a very good fucking game, you know.
Probably like one of the, I'm thinking about it now, one of the weirder things about the like Halo 1, 2, and 3 as a series is that they shot so high with the stakes on Halo 1. Like, what happens if we fail? Oh, the death of everything in the universe.
Mm-hmm.
That there's no way to go, like, there's no realistic way to go higher than that. So they came closer, which would be Earth. And then at the end, just at the ass end of 3, they're able to raise the stakes slightly above that. I was like, oh, well, that's a cool little thing. Like, once
Yeah,
you get to the Ark and the flood is on the Ark now, and you're like, well, Jesus shit.
yeah.
This
Once
is
you're
even
living,
worse than it was before.
yeah, once you're living in a like a world of like, oh, this can wipe out all life, like you kind of have to exist with those stakes. And I guess, you
Yeah.
know, what I did appreciate is like, let's take a second to like work out the mechanics of how life would be wiped out, you know? So it does that. The terminals introduced in 3, even though they're the roughest because of the first terminals, obviously they're just
Yeah.
like reading codexes, and some of them are timed so you can't quite read them all. I did still feel that like the information they had was quite interesting. You know, the Forerunner stuff I liked. So, you know, I'm looking at it like within the context of its time. You know, the individual elements of 2 and the gameplay pacing of 2 as well. Like the whole like introduction into New Mombasa, into the big Scarab fight, switching over to Arbiter, and like, you know what I mean, and then playing off of the 2, going back to and then going back to fighting the Flood, and then Throne Room. You know, like the pacing of 2 really just was like bam, 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 really, really solid. 3 kind of had it had a lot of cool new vehicle areas, I will say. The back end going through the Flood stuff did kind of drag a little, but again, man, still had a lot of fun with it. You know, I have to keep mentioning that because I'm like, yeah, it's like it just, I think 2 has that standout, and then when you bring in the fact that it got the remake with the blur and all that shit, it's like, okay, this is fucking, it's an unfair comparison almost, you know. But that's where it kind of lands for me, and in the end, I see the way that like the good old Chief just kind of literally gets in the do not break glass until sequel chamber and sits there and goes, wake me up when you need me for the sequel, you know.
And then they're like 10 minutes later, they're like, yo, Chief, wake up.
So
You need to star in a slightly disappointing sequel.
yeah, but it was extremely clear to me that like, I'm like, yeah, this, of course that's what you're gonna do here, is you're gonna put you go freeze in time, and then if you want to like bring this character back at any point, all you have to do is just go, yeah, we defrosted him, and then the world is different, and blah blah blah. Anyway, so that's you know, that's kind of where it was. We'll see what else there is in store. There were some big old sweeping changes to Teppen with the new season.
Were there?
Yeah,
How big and sweeping can we
they
get?
nerfed a bunch of shit. And by a bunch of shit, I mean my deck,
Like your
and
shit.
my shit, and my character, and my cards all got completely and utterly ripped asunder.
Yeah, I had a situation. So I fell off of Runeterra, but I still play a game here or there. And it's one of those games like Dead by Daylight where I binge it and then I'll stop for a couple months and then go back on it. And what's new with the patch? And it's like, okay, this deck, this type of deck, this deck, this deck, this deck have been nerfed. I'm like, that's all 5 of the decks I made. Like every deck that I made, some of which were like proper meta for a while. Oh, they're all bad now. Darn you card games.
I basically came back to it to find that my 0 deck was Like, yeah, just it was the target focus of like what we need to destroy in this game. And the main thing was like, okay, so Zero has a super Rakoha, which the more like cards you play throughout the match, the stronger it gets. And it basically was kind of like it would target like whatever amount of cards were on the board, it would split damage across those cards.
Mm-hmm.
And so they just made that super get a lot more expensive. It went from being, I think it was like 16 like points. I forget the exact number. I think it was like 16 to now being like 23 or 22. So you just get it less often. And you know, one of the cards I really liked, I talked about V, the mysterious one. You know, V comes in and then he can call in the boys. He can call in the trio. And that card used to be like, it used to cost 8 points to play it out of 10. And then to summon each additional thing, you would have to spend 1 point, right?
Sure.
But because Teppen is a timing-based game, people that were ready for that card will basically, if they see you're stalling for time and building up your points, they're like, okay, he's going to drop something crazy right now. And what they'll do is they'll take a card that will seal you immediately. So the egg, I keep forgetting whatever it's called in Monster Hunter, the egg fucking dinosaur, the thing that steals eggs.
Cool.
Yeah. So that thing, whatever you drop in front of it, it seals all your abilities, right? So they will basically sit there and wait for you to drop anything like a V card and then seal it immediately. Then you're like, oh shit, I wasted all my points. He's useless when he's sealed. That was a fucked turn. The whole thing's dumb, right? So if you waited till you had 10 points in total to play, you could drop him for 8 and then immediately like scrub your hand really fast to play a 1 point card and then immediately play another 1 point card. So at least by the time they killed him, you would get 2 really good things in. You know, you'd either get a whatever, you know, you get whatever combination.
That makes sense.
So now he costs 10 points, which means you will not build up the 2 you won't have the ability to play what you need immediately, which means he gets sealed right away, which means that card's dead. You know? So that strategy completely destroyed. And then they took a bunch of other stuff in my deck, which was like, there were cards that you do to just kind of like build up your meter faster. They made them all more expensive. And then the ultimate was there was a Zero's Memories card that would like negate, like after you build it up a lot, you can negate any action. So it's a super control card. They made it so that it can only negate actions that are like weaker or inexpensive, you know. So all this kind of led to a like, well, that's done. And I'm like, all right, well, so be it, you know. That was
time to find the new shit.
Yeah, so I went back to Nero and I started messing around with Nero, and I was able to do like decently, but not as consistently as I would want. It just doesn't hold up, and the new fucking feline in the game is just too annoying to fight, and he can't really deal with it. The Palico's stealing cards out of your hand, man. It literally has a card that's just like, every time this touches you, it takes a random card out of your hand away from you.
I'm not sure what the terminology is in Magic or in general, but there's a bunch of shit in Runeterra and Hearthstone that do that. That just like, no, your card is my card.
Yeah, so
in Gwent it would be the spy card.
So like so I talked about this earlier on, but there's a card that is like, I'm going to grab something off the battlefield and make it my unit, right? That's an expensive like, you know, seize control of an enemy kind of card. And there's another one that you can play, I think that's like a Resident Evil character that like also is like a spy that steals something over. But what the Palico is doing is not stealing a card that's active, it's stealing one that is just showing in your hand from your hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Over and over and over and over and over again, you know? So So anyway, like it wasn't quite cutting it. So
Bullshit.
yeah,
Feels
so,
bad.
Other things got nerfed as well. I noticed that like there's some bullshit that remains untouched. In particular, there's Dante decks that are Dante plays no cards on the board at any point. He just directly hurts you. And
Pure aggro deck.
Yeah, there's I forgot what someone called there's a magic name for it, but like I
would call that an aggro deck.
He will just attack you directly, and he will put up a devil trigger where he can't be damaged.
Burn. That's it.
Burn, yes. And so like you're like, well, this is some horse shit.
Yeah, you're playing a totally different game.
Mm-hmm. If you don't have negation card, if you're not playing a control deck in counter to that, where you can negate him doing 10 damage to you in one shot, then you can't win. Like, he has enough damage to just do...
Stop shooting me, please.
30, to you by the time the game is done. And you're not going to hit him fast enough because, like, he's just putting up invul on his Devil Trigger thing. So, yeah, that's one of those games. That's one of those decks where I'm like, well, that seems way more unfair than what I was doing as Zero. But who knows? I don't know enough about...
I mean, it always fits that way.
It always seems that way. It does always seem that way. What I will say is that, like, I switched over to Akuma. Excuse me. And I have since basically created a deck that consists of a lot of Ashford people. I got Alexia Ashford. I got
What about
Alex Alfred Ashford. He's in there too.
Yes.
And
The Ashford family name is one of the original founders of Umbrella. Those guys are terrible. They're great.
why are they
They're
so
great.
strong? Who are they?
They are the villains of Code Veronica,
Okay.
the Dreamcast game. But like, why are they so strong? Because they're fucking. Alfred Ashford is the campiest Resident Evil character, and even you're like your toe dip in the Resident Evil franchise of like you didn't touch any of the old stuff. You should be aware that like the campiest is a high bar.
Okay.
He is the actual worst, and his sister is almost as bad. They're so ridiculous. They are so ridiculous.
Like hyper zombie bourgeoisie.
They're the ancient European family that was one of the founders of Umbrella, and he wears like a little military outfit and talks like this, ha ha ha, and I want to have sex with Alexia, who is my
Okay.
sister. Ah,
Okay.
Just like
Well, those cards are incredible, especially
Yeah.
together.
what's that Alfred's card do? I'm curious.
So Alfred's card is a low-level card. It costs about 3 points to play it, and when it dies, it kills another weak card with it. So it's a really weak card, but when it dies, it'll kill any other weak cards the opponent has down on the board.
That's really funny.
And Alexia, when she gets it's called Ascended. It's like when she gets buffed up, she kills.
Becomes Bernie Tyrant.
She becomes Bernie Fire Girl, and she kills a mid-level card on the board, right?
Okay.
So what you can do, one way of like ascending cards is by dropping one on top of another. It'll kill the old card, and the new card will be ascended, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you drop him down, you drop brother down, and then you drop sister on top of brother, what happens is you get 2 cards killed for the price of 1 by having if they have a mid-level and a weak-level card on their board, you wipe out both in one shot. So you play them together, and it's a really strong combination.
That's pretty much what happens in Code Veronica.
Okay.
That's
intended,
a
yeah.
really, really good integration
Interesting.
of those characters.
Okay. Okay.
That's a
That's cool.
really, really good joke. That's
Yeah. It works out really, really well, you know.
so what? Wait, hold. Oh man, I need to check this. So Alexia card Teppen, she is a
There's
five
two of
point
them.
card.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's two portraits with the art. One is burning and one
Steve.
is just like a monster.
Okay, and then Steve, is Steve in Teppen?
I
Steve
don't recognize
Burnside
the
and
name.
Steve
Probably.
is in Teppen. He is a 4 point card. Perfect. So you could throw down Alfred and then throw down Alexia, and therefore Alexia would then
Kill him.
uh, kill Alfred would die, and then that would kill Steve. Perfect.
100%. Yeah. She takes out
Perfect.
5 points and he takes out 3 points. So, um, that's really
Uh,
solid.
and Wesker is a deck. Okay.
Wesker, yes. Wesker has cards too. Like there are Wesker cards you can play, but like as a deck, he gets way more. Like he can do a lot of different things, you know.
Well, I asked because she tries to kill Wesker and it fails.
Okay.
Because I guess Wesker is more than a mid-level card.
Um.
Oh man, that's fun.
Yeah.
Like
So
those
they actually.
interactions with the brand. With the
That's the fun
brand.
part. It is I agree. That's what we were talking about the lore whatever Vorthos or whatever it was, but like yeah, that stuff is really fun to kind of look at. Um I so what you can do, and of course because so you can play them together and you do that as like kind of like a little base kind of assault on your enemies. But what you could also do, Akuma has like a raging demon is his ability. Obviously, it's one of his supers, and what that does is it just murders whatever card is across from the card that you attach raging demon to.
Of course, that's what it does.
Yeah, right, and it ascends it, and it makes it ascended. So if you have some kind of crazy ass card on the table and a mid-level unit, you can drop Alexia in front of it, put Raging Demon on her, she kills the thing in front of her, and she ascends, so she kills the second thing as well. And you're like, oh man, that's pretty good too. So, so yeah, I'm kind of messing with that for now, trying to see if I can get back into Champions with it. But I'm essentially moving around. I tried brute forcing it with Zero a little bit more, but it's just not going to happen, you know. So I'm switching it up. Currently enjoying Akuma. Also, there's some cool stuff where let's say you put down was it Alex, the Arthur? What was the brother's name?
Alfred.
Alfred, excuse me. So if you want him, you can do things like put him down and then immediately play a card where like I think it's like a Rathalos or something just eats your card and you get healed.
Mm-hmm.
So you can just eat him, get healed, and when he dies, he kills an enemy.
Great.
You know, so fun little plays to like prey on your own deck and stuff like that. So yeah, Teppen continues.
There's a great card in there's a absolutely fantastic card in Teppen. Sorry, not Teppen. That's what you're playing. Runeterra, called They Who Endure, and it's a card that's relatively high cost, 6 point card, like it goes up to 10. But the idea is that every single time one of your card dies, it starts at like 2/2, like 2 attack, 2 defense, and
Mm-hmm.
it goes up by 1 every single time one of your card dies on the board through the whole game.
Okay, yeah.
And you basically sit on it forever and hope that they don't have like a single card delete.
Mm-hmm.
And then you slap it out near the end and it's like it's 30-30.
Oh yeah, no. So that's
It will just insta kill anything it touches.
so. What you're so I didn't get to it, but like that's one of the trump cards in the Akuma deck. Is exactly that. It's Tainted King Valhazak,
Mm-hmm.
which is, I don't know which Monster Hunter that's from.
Alhazak? That's from World.
Okay,
The zombie
so
dragon.
Valhazak, when placed on the field, gains +1 attack for every unit in both players' graveyards.
Mm-hmm.
So if there are 20 units in your graveyard and fucking 15 in mine, that's it. It's done. And it's already coming out with 10 HP anyway. So that is the don't let the game last this long, because you're not going to beat this card unless you have an instant delete, or if you steal it.
Which, yay.
Yeah. And then there's Devil Joe, which is a fucking super annoying fast card that comes out and kills everything that has it hits for 6 and has 8 HP, but every time it wins, it gets weaker.
Mm-hmm.
So every time it kills a card, like that 6 becomes 4, and then 4 becomes 2, and then so it's like it's a super good card, but eventually it kind of like fades off,
Yeah, because he's hungry.
And then he stops being hungry, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's fun, You have that whole thing. Did I ask you about Fate of the Unworthy?
You did not.
Okay, because there's a card, Fate of the Unworthy, that like shows what appears to be a Resident Evil character just fucking eating shit. She's getting wrapped up by tentacles. She's wearing a white dress, and she has like.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, she's getting wrecked.
That's from RE5.
I don't recognize
That's
it.
Excella from RE5.
Is it? Damn.
Yeah, that's Ouroboros getting all tentacled out.
I did not recognize her at all. Wow. Okay. Well, anyway, yep, that's kind of the setup. Ajule is in there, the fucking monster doggos.
The what?
Ajule?
How do I type that?
Or Ajule? Adjule.
Jule. Oh Christ! I didn't know that was its name. God damn. Yeah, I'm looking at some of these cards. Like, there's some weird, obscure shit. Like, here's a card for the guy on the megaphone with sunglasses in RE5.
Does he have a name?
No.
No, but his art is there, right? Yeah, okay.
Gathering Malice.
Yeah. No, man, here's
a card for that moment that Nero Angelo looked at a mirror and went, ah!
Yes. I honestly, I feel like Resident Evil and Monster Hunter are the most overrepresented of all the artwork in like just the level of obscurity they go into with their.
You wanna hazard a guess as to why that is?
Probably because they're the money makers.
It's the 1 and 2.
Yeah.
On Capcom's money list.
Absolutely, that makes perfect sense. Like you're still getting fun obscure Street Fighter cards in there, and you're still getting fun obscure Mega Man characters in there, but of all the obscurities, like, it's really pushed towards RE and Monster Hunter.
It also helps that Resident Evil just has like a fucking million,
100,
like, obscure characters,
like named obscure characters.
What was his fucking name? I forgot his name. Ironically, but there's you could have a card that's the helicopter pilot from like RE4. The guy who shows up for that one sequence near the end.
Okay.
What's his name? It was like Bill or Ted or Phil.
I mean,
it was Mike. I bet that's a card. No, not Mike Teppan, Fairway Independent Mortgage Corporation. that's not what I actually know. That's not okay. Never mind, Mike Teppan. My bad.
But yeah, there's people and there's moments, and so the combination of that is like yeah, you're gonna get just about every little thing. Um, like I think there's like there's like one of like I guess Brad,
Hmm.
right, with the long hair
Oh,
um walking away from the girl that Wesker has a crush on.
oh, that's Billy. Wait, there's
Oh
a
yeah,
card for Billy leaving
Billy walking away from whatever her name is from
Rebecca.
Zero. Rebecca, yeah, that's like there's moments. There's like literally like that is a card. It's called
Like that's so
True Faith.
ridiculously specific.
Yeah, yeah. So
Oh yeah,
no,
here's a Billy card of him jumping and shooting the leeches.
grizzled veteran.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
I
That's so dumb.
definitely um yeah, and what's nice too is like some of the cards have alternate art where they will show you like a second portrait that's like just a different take on the same event or something like that. So pretty sick, you know. Anyway, that is pretty much where I'm at on Teppen, and I think until I find a deck, I'm gonna probably float around outside of Champions because like you don't crack in to the higher rankings without having a certain understanding of like everything about your deck and everything about the matchups you're gonna face. You know, so it might be a
And
while
good
before I can
cards.
make it back up there.
I wouldn't worry about it. You crawled up the first time. Hey, well, how do you feel that you're like globally way better at the card game than you are of the fighting game that these characters are in?
I mean,
Like you're way better. Like not to shit all over your fighting game performance, but like I think you're like top. Like what are you 248 or something?
I got at my highest. I got to that in one season. Yeah. I mean, if like not every fighting game has the same like seasonal system to begin with, really. You know, at my highest, what was my highest in Street Fighter Five? Like it was pretty early on in, but at my highest, I was under 1,000 at one point.
Okay,
Um,
but were you really?
no, not in my heart.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, I think it helps that like it's a seasonal thing. There's like resets and like a thing where you kind of like you get to this point and then anyone who might have at some point been higher than this, but if they're not currently playing, well then they're not going to be in the ranking and stuff like that. So
You got to have
uh,
that because if it was just like lifetime, like there'd be people that were so far ahead that you could never catch up.
yeah, that would suck. And I think as well, like, because Killer Instinct, when they brought out the seasons, it's an exciting thing because it kind of like, when the season restarts in a way, like you feel like, oh shit, I can jump in now. You know,
Hmm.
you don't feel like you're lost in the wave forever. Like the hype train came and went. It's like no, like every 2 months or every month, like it'll reset and you can get in there and like, climb through and you'll still have a ranking that carries over, but what you're seeing is a current representation of skill as opposed to like whoever has stocked up the most over time. So but yeah, that's pretty much it, man. Not much else going on.
All right. Well, let's see. I've been chasing the dog around, obviously. He is adorable baby. He got his checkup at the vet, and he is in perfect tip top shelf condition. In fact, like if my dog had a health bar, the health bar might actually be like 105 or 110% because the vet looked at him and he's like, he's a bulldog, right? It's like, yes, he is indeed a bulldog. And he's like, well, he's so healthy that he would be disqualified from being a show dog because part of like the breed standard or whatever you would call it is that their face has to be a certain level of being fucked.
Hmm.
They have to have a certain like body
Weird.
shape and like like squatness.
Weird. Okay.
Yeah. So he is like he's bulldog, like his nose is a little more elongated than the average bulldogs, stuff like that. So he is extra super healthy.
So I was
And
talking to a friend of mine that has a pit bull, and she was telling me about how um, when you when you get him as a puppy, like there's an extra level of like work you're putting in because you kind of have to build a
oh boy,
personality out of the
boy
dog,
is there. Yeah.
because like if you're getting a dog like at a rescue that's a couple years old, it already is kind of a person. It already kind of has,
Yeah.
like its
That's personality.
personality. And right now that has not yet been established, so you have to like kind of create one. And I'm like, I never realized, I'm like, oh my god, yeah, that sounds really like a lot of extra work.
So, bringing home this puppy in particular has been bringing home a toddler. The phrase "what is in your mouth" is like one of the most common phrases around here, because even though we scraped the floor clean, somehow, oh, there's a little feather that came out of one of the cat's toys, or there's a tiny piece of food that fell down on the floor that you can't tell that it's a piece of food from far away. It
Mm-hmm.
just looks like a black spot on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And uh just stop chewing that, stop chewing me, please. So there's a so you have never raised a puppy, as you're just telling me that, like, yeah, building a personality. One of the more annoying slash troublesome parts of raising a tiny baby puppy is that they have their baby teeth,
Oral fixation.
and their baby teeth are like needles. They are they are like sharp. And boy, boy, is a puppy's mouth just strong enough to ruin your day.
Mm-hmm. Got any
Because you have
toys
to
for
teach
that?
them. What's that, sir?
Got any toys for that though?
Yes, you do. But puppies would rather bite you than their toys
Mm.
because you are interactive. Um, and you need to have your puppy biting the shit out of you, because they have to learn what's called bite inhibition, which is they have to learn that humans fucking hate it when you bite them.
Oh my god. So you have to let it rock?
No, you don't let it rock. Letting it rock, one, is too much. Like I cannot handle it.
Okay.
Like, it is so painful. But depending what the dog's personality is like, and how well he responds, you can basically yell out in pain, which sometimes is no problem,
Mm-hmm.
and that will startle the dog. And then the dog will often then bite you slightly less hard. And what you can do is that you can game that system over time, so that even a minor like chew you'll go, ah, right, and then they'll be like, oh no, that's too strong. So then eventually you get a dog that just kind of sucks on your arm, which is what you're supposed to. If that doesn't work, you let your hand go limp, and then you curl it into a fist, and you turn your wrists down so they can't get a grab on you, and you tell them no, and then you ignore them because they hate that shit. They desperately, desperately want attention. So by you going no and giving them nothing to bite, and then like turning away or even leaving the room, they're like, dude, this sucks. Maybe I'll bite less hard next time. But that takes months.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the idea of reading into your reaction and then internalizing that as like a bad thing
Yeah,
requires there to be an understanding of like your volume is a bad thing.
yeah.
to begin
That
with,
that
you know.
that can take months. It can take like up to a year. It is
Mm,
right alongside toilet training.
okay.
Um, my thumb right now, my left thumb is swollen because he bit it so hard yesterday that ow, like it swell overnight. It's probably because he bit it super hard and then I cleaned up his shit. So I probably have poop in my thumb. Is what I'm saying. Um, so you got to do that. He is, ironically enough, despite the fact that I'm describing, bite inhibition, the best news about Puppy this week is that he and Elmo are getting along.
That's
Yay.
good. That's good.
If people were watching the video feed earlier, you could see that Puppy was sleeping, and Elmo came over and smelled him, and then turned around and walked away. Ironically enough, the puppy is not biting the shit out of the cat. Only me and Paige.
When did they like get their
So it was a really gradual
meeting?
process. So we got him last Thursday, and for the first day, if Elmo could see him, he would hiss and growl and be like, "I'll kill you," right? And then every single day, he could
It
get
was not
closer.
last Thursday, but
What's that? Sorry,
it was not.
Thursday before last.
Yeah.
And then every single day from then, he could get closer before being like, "I'll kill you." And then a few days ago, I was chilling here and Puppy was asleep, and Elmo came to check him out. And then the dog smelled him. And we have now gotten to what I would consider it's acceptable if this situation were to continue forever, which is the dog checks the cat out and he's like, sniff, sniff, sniff. I want to play with you and lick you. And then if the dog gets within 2 inches of the cat's face, Elmo just punches him in the face a bunch and hisses at him, and then if he wants to leave, he leaves. But because the dog is physically tough and stocky, and we clipped the cat's nails before the dog showed up, often what happens is the puppy stands there as the cat just punches him in the face a couple times, and the dog tilts his head and doesn't understand,
Okay.
which is hilarious.
I would just like to point out that the casualness with which you delivered the news of there being fecal matter under your nails is a milestone.
Oh no, I don't mean under my nails. I mean in my flesh.
Okay. That's still a milestone.
There's some cuts that poop probably got into.
That's a milestone for you personally.
No, it's not. I had dogs every day of my life. I was the one who had to go pick up the dog shit in the yard. It's just dog shit.
Okay. You see, your general absolute your general handling of all kinds of bodily waste makes it clear that in many cases you would rather just die.
Mm-hmm.
So the casualness with which you delivered that sentence had me taken aback, because I'm like, how did you not just die?
Oh, because dogs are gross, and you get used to it. It's just poop. You wash your hands.
Right, but
harken back
to the other conversations.
Okay,
where it's just poop is literally the furthest end of the spectrum from where you're at.
All right, no. See, here's the thing, because I understand the confusion, and this is the fun part about body nightmare OCD, and that is that the crux of how do I put this? I would describe this to a friend of mine the other day like this, where I said OCD is really fun. You make up little rules for yourself and you follow them forever. But the rules are always way more specific than you would think. And I am not horrified of the actual poop. I am disgusted by my body's need to produce it. So, hey, okay, well, you remember in Persona 4 where they take an x-ray of Teddy and he's like a human skin around a void?
That's right.
That's the fantasy.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Just like a fucking spirit homunculus with a human shell. Okay, but
Yep.
yeah, dogs poop. They poop and piss and fucking fart and burp and throw up and then eat their throw up and then
Yep.
maybe eat their poop if they're
Yep.
dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and depending on the breed of dog that you got and their overall level of health, you may, and this is the one thing that I won't do. This is go bring the dog to a groomer. You may have to express their glands. Are you familiar with this?
No.
So you know how dogs sniff each other's butts.
Yes.
That's because they have little scent glands
Mm-hmm.
on their butt, which
Mm-hmm.
would be around the bottom of your butt cheek.
Mm-hmm.
And those can swell up and get infected and become like pockets of dog butt juice and need to be expressed, which means you got to pop your dog's butt juice out, which is why you take them to they see a groomer every month or so they can get a nice bath and a haircut and just ignore that part because that part's proper foul. That part's pretty gross, let me tell you.
You could understand the confusion as to um, your ability to do this stuff versus uh, the way you described your
Yeah,
own
it's
body.
about the specifics of it. It's because it's not within your realm of experience because your realm of experience is more or less commonsensical, I would even say. So mine appears nonsensical, but no, it's the internals. Remember, Wooly, I'm the guy who freaks out at the sound of heartbeats because it reminds me that I have internal organs.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Because internal organs are disgusting.
Yes. Okay, but not. And what's less disgusting, I guess, is everything that comes out of your dog.
There's a lot that comes out of that dog. Wooly, I used to have when I was younger, we had a Bouvier,
Yeah.
a Shih
Okay.
Tzu, we had a Bernese. You ever seen a Bouvier or Bernese?
I don't know Bouvier, but I'm pretty sure I have seen a Bernese.
They're big. They're
Mm-hmm.
really big. You
Mm-hmm.
know what that means, right?
Mm-hmm. Big stuff.
Like huge,
Big stuff.
huge shits.
Yeah. I
And
just it. Yeah.
and you know what? Sometimes when you're lazy and you don't do as much of your chores, and there's heavy snowfall, when the snowfall starts to melt, like 30 to 40% of the yard is nothing but huge logs of dog shit that have essentially had water poured all over them.
Oh my
And you
God.
have,
Okay.
and
So
you
welcome.
and you have to spend your entire day,
Okay.
your entire Saturday off from school cleaning that up with a stick and a metal shovel.
So welcome to those friends' houses that I would never go visit if you had the backyard that was just that. The
Yeah.
minefield backyard friend's house, fuck that.
There's only one time of year that became a problem at my house, and that was I'll put it off till tomorrow, followed by heavy snowfall. During the summer, yeah, you just pick it up as you
Okay.
see it,
Okay. All right. All right.
right?
Just
But
it's
yeah,
fine.
no.
That's fine.
Once you do, 10 of those,
Yeah. Okay. All
picking
right.
up puppy poop with a paper towel and then maybe getting a little bit on your thumb, yeah, you'll live.
Okay, I've updated. Wooly will remember that. I've updated the fucking list. I assume that like all bodily excretions were just a horror show for you. They were nightmare fuel, and it turns out it's much more specific than that. I regret asking.
Oh,
Yeah, I certainly do.
is this drilling in?
No, I get it. I get it. It's pure Goblin Town, but I get
Mhm.
it. I see it. I get the rule set.
All
Just
right.
anyway, moving
So
on.
yeah, cat and
Moving on.
dog are living a nice life. Ironically enough, Elmo's in a great mood ever since the dog's been chasing him around. Even though he like yowls and punches the dog in the face, I've never seen Elmo happier. He's more affectionate. His steps a little perkier. It's probably good for him to have somebody to punch in the face a little bit.
I was watching a video of like a bulldog that was just kind of like tanking these hits as like a goat was trying to do like a drop attack into it,
Oh yeah,
and
no, they so
the goat just
um
kept standing up and doing the drop headbutt, and the bulldog's like, "Are you trying to be cute? Like, what are you doing?"
yeah,
Like
it's
it just completely felt
the
nothing.
goat's trying, right? The goat is doing the equivalent of so a lot of people get freaked out by this, but you ever see a dog start barking at you and maybe even growling, but they keep their butt up and they like bow down on their forward legs
Mm-hmm.
and their fore, that's them showing like submission and saying like I want to play. But
Mm-hmm.
if you don't know dogs, that can look terrifying,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
That is what the goat is doing, but goats do that with headbutts
Right.
because they have those hard bodies. Um, so yeah, cat and dog are getting along great. Puppy loves to poo. Potty training and bite training are going to take a long time. I'm going to be having to deal with pee pee and poo poo in some form or whatever for like maybe 3 months to a year. Uh, let's see. We took him out in his stroller. We put him in his stroller and we went for a walk. And that was a great experience for Puppy because he got to hear city noise and he got to meet some people. And we got to experience the best thing ever, which was like 1/3 of people ignoring us, 1/3 of people being like, obviously, like Jesus Christ, and the final third of people like near running up and being like, oh, "Can we pay your doggy?" And then you go, "Yes, please pet the dog. Dog is out so that he can get used to people." Um, so that's good.
Okay.
Put him in a stroller. We're gonna need to upgrade that stroller to a wagon at some point
Mm-hmm.
because bulldogs tend to get lazy. So you take them to the dog park or whatever, and then when they're done, they're done. And
Didn't
unless you
jump
want to
out of
sit
the
around for like 2 hours waiting for them to not be done anymore, you got to put them into a wagon.
and he doesn't jump out of the stroller.
No, no, no. You put you put his leash, like you wrap it around one of the things and you put it through a hole so that like he can't jump out of the stroller. We got a dog. We got
Okay.
a car seat for him too. That is
Okay.
the same thing. You strap him in, and it's like a little puppy seat belt because we don't want him to be hurt if we're driving.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see what else.
And did you say
Dog.
that people, like you walked up to people?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's new.
As a result, yeah, as a result of dog, and dog needs to go out. And Montreal getting to about 100 cases a day. Paige and I have been masking up and you know uh, tiptoeing outside, um, which I will admit is honestly terrifying to me. Um, I went about 200-ish days with the only time I walked outside was to throw out trash. And I would like look left and right and you know if anybody was on the block I would wait, that kind of thing. Now we walked to a local restaurant and got food to go while we were outside and you know to got a little sunlight, which I got a little bit of a sunburn probably because holy shit. uh and then that leads us into Wooly, I messaged you last night and I said to you, I said, "Hey man, I have some government shit I got to get dealt with. It's going to be a while." And then when I came home from that, I went on Twitter and was so tired that I fucked up posting, "Oh my god, I just had the worst day." Instead, I said I had the first morning. And uh, so now that I've decided to go outside and that Pat and Paige have gotten a nice car to drive around in. What this means is that we have to deal with the SAAQ. Now, if anyone doesn't live in Quebec or Montreal, or doesn't drive and does live in Quebec and Montreal, the SSAQ is the Société d'Automobile. It's the fucking DMV. It's Quebec's DMV. And holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Was this a goddamn ordeal? Like, the worst series of appointments I have ever had to go on in my life, without question.
For what in particular?
So Paige is from the States.
Yeah.
Which means that getting a car in Quebec via lease means that it's got to be somebody here's name on it. So it's my car, technically, right? But I don't drive. I don't have a license. Which means the lease transfer needs to have my name on the registration. Which means we got to go get a new registration under my name. So here's the sequence of events. Go to the dealer. Okay, dealer. Car's in my name. Great. Okay, good. We'll have to get a new license plate. Okay, cool. You'll have to go down to the SAAQ to get a new license plate. Oh, and make sure to get a parking sticker. Why do you need a parking sticker? Because almost everywhere that you park in this city, if you don't have a parking sticker and you just dump your car on the street, they will give you a ticket.
Absolutely.
Well, guess what? We're home a day, and we got a ticket. One day.
Yeah,
okay.
The sticker is like, you belong in this neighborhood, basically.
Well, this needs to go faster, right? All right. So we have an appointment with the SAAQ, like next week or this coming Wednesday, I guess. All right, Tuesday. This coming Tuesday. It's tomorrow, right? All right. So last week, what we're gonna do last Friday, which is why I canceled my stream. I was so upset about this. We're gonna go down and we're gonna pay that ticket. We're gonna get that parking sticker, right? Okay. Go down to the SAAQ. It's go down to the branch, and it's like, okay, I would like to pay this ticket, please, and get this parking sticker. Oh no, you don't do that. And I go, I'm sorry? We don't do the tickets here. What? I waited 45 minutes in line for you to tell me that this is the wrong building? Is this not the car building? Oh, you have to go to your borough's, thing to pay your ticket. Where's my borough? Oh, it's in this building halfway across town.
Isn't the ticket can't be contested because you should be allowed to park there, but the process takes time?
We didn't have the sticker. It doesn't even matter. We didn't even have a real registration yet.
Oh,
okay, so we go halfway across town. We go to see the lady, and okay, this is my borough's fucking what's it called? Access, whatever. It's the goddamn. It's the city bureau for my borough, and I go in. Okay, I would like to pay this ticket. She goes, okay, sir. Are you? And she reads this guy's name that's not me. And I go, no. She goes, well, that's who the ticket is for. And I go, what? And she's like, wait, did you not update your registration yet? I'm like, no. We have that appointment next week. She says, well, we need to have your current registration in order for you to pay this ticket. I go, well, what about the parking stickers? Like, well, we can't give out a parking sticker to somebody without a proper registration. So I go, okay, so where do I do that? She's like, well, you're going to have to go to the SAAQ. And that's about how... Yeah, I know where it is, actually. Okay. So I go back to the SAAQ and I wait in line again and get to talk to the same lady. And I go, hey, can you do this? And she goes, really sorry, but because it's a lease, your car dealership shouldn't have written the taxable number in this box. She should have written it in this box over on the left side of the page. This form's no good. You're going to have to go back to the dealer and have her give you a new one.
Oh yeah.
With and it is literally the box one over. And I go, does this really matter? It's like, well, I need it for my forms.
So Futurama episode.
Okay, so we go back to we call the dealer, and the best part of the story is we call the dealer, and she answers the phone, and I explain to her, and she starts to just swear in French. And she's like, I fucking called them when you were here. And I'm like, I do remember. You did call the SAAQ while we were there. She says, I called them to double and triple check to make sure everything was in the right box. These motherfuckers are always throwing shit out because of these fucking boxes. So we go down and get it. And then by the time we are done with that, the fucking places are all closed. So it's okay. Fine. We'll do, and it's closed for the weekend. Right? Go Monday, right? And it's because like don't want to get a ticket, so I gotta go the first day, but I'd have the podcast today, so I'm gonna be fucked up as shit, exhausted. Okay, go down. Waiting in the waiting room. All right. Waiting for a half hour. All right, good. Walk up to the lady. Hello. I would like to do my registration, please. Can you please do my registration? She goes, okay, do you have the old one? Yes, here. Okay. Do you have your ID here? Good. Here's my Medicare card. Because at the front of the thing it says, if you want quick service, please have your Medicare card, your driver's license, or your passport. I go, okay. And she goes, and where's your driver's license? I'm like, I don't have a driver's license. She gives me a weird look. I'm like, my girlfriend drives me. Don't worry about it. She goes, okay, well then where's your passport? I'm like, what do you mean? It's like, well, you need 2 pieces of ID. I'm like, it does not say that up there. It says one or the other. She says, well, because you don't have an account with the SAAQ. You don't have a driver's license, so we don't have you registered. So to start an account, we need 2 pieces of government identification.
Like the comedy of errors here. I like, that moment where they're telling you and you know that you have there's no solution, and you kind of lock in and you just stare for like 10 seconds. Yep.
Like, okay, so we come home and actually I stayed there and Paige drove home and got the passport and brought the passport back and then gave her the passport, and then she's like, oh, great, a different lady. Oh, great, no problem. Here you go. And just hands me a fucking license plate. I'm like, oh, that's a little bit. All right. They just hand you a plate. They have it underneath the desk or whatever. Okay. All right. Now back to the fucking borough office. Get down there. Okay. I would like to fucking pay for this ticket. I would like to get the parking sticker, please. Ticket goes through, no problem. Pay for it. Okay, for the parking sticker, I'm going to need proof of your insurance, which I had, right? Because they won't give you the thing unless you have proof of insurance. Okay, fine. All right, I also need 2 pieces of ID, like two like bills or whatever that have your address on it to make sure that I live there. I go, okay. So I brought the insurance with me in a physical paper, and I have a statement from my bank, which is the one I go with my insurance from, that has my information on it. And I have my hydro bill that has my information on it online in my email. And I show that to her, and she goes, well, these 2 are both the insurance, so I need a different one. And this hydro one, I need the PDF. You can't just show me the email. And I'm like, and like my hydro thing, it's been like forever since I signed up for it. I don't remember my thing. I can't I forgot how to log in.
This is where I start crying. FYI, this is where tears just start streaming down.
And I start like I do that thing where you go through your email and I'm like, bills. Which one sends me a PDF?
Question.
Right? And I was able to log into my phone bill. I was able to log into my phone bill and pull that fucking PDF out and be like, here, I live in my house, please.
Are all of these while at the counter while people are waiting behind you?
No, it's like they have a lot of places they don't let a line form.
Okay, so it's not pressure of the moment standing at the booth. All right,
no,
fine.
They make people wait in other places in a lot of cases. But I'm just like, all right. So we got the parking sticker. We got the license plate. Great. Fucking awesome. That means we don't have to go tomorrow. That thing is done. We've got the insurance on the car. Everything's great. We come home, put the sticker on the car. We're allowed to park here. All right, we have the license plate. Good. Oh, I paid the ticket. Yeah. We have the license plate. All right. Well, we go, well, since we have the plate now, we don't need the goddamn old the sticker license plate that's in the back of the back window. Okay. So we tear that off, and I grab the license plate and go around to the back and be like, oh my fucking God, the motherfucker who had the car leased before us threw away the fucking screws for the license plate. So now we have a license plate just like sitting in the trunk.
After the sticker was pulled off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, so we'll have to go, I'll talk to my dad and he'll tell me how to install a license plate.
Oh boy, dude. Yeah. That's a series of unfortunate events. Again, I have patience for technology failing, but bureaucracy on, like, again, that like Futurama central bureaucracy level where you can speak to the human being, you can look them in their eye, and there is no soul there to be found, where a simple thing to save you 5 trips could not be done. So I have no tolerance.
The part, guys, listen, everyone's like, it's just 2 screws. Dude, guys, this was like an hour before the podcast started. Like, we just wanted to get home, and I wanted to take like a little bit of a nap because that was a problem to deal with after the podcast. But
requisition forms going into tubes, going into little suction holes.
I was able to discover in this process what the actual problem was. And the actual problem is that at every single level, the person that I was dealing with was not willing to examine the whole problem.
Mm-hmm.
They would just hit a part in their mental checklist and go, yes, fail.
Yes.
And the instant that happened, they'd be like, get out.
Yes.
If I had said, if the person at the SAAQ desk like went through the whole thing after she saw the form was bad and said, oh, by the way, you don't have your passport, bring your passport next time. And, every variation of that, this would have been 2 trips instead of, I think, 5 or 6 trips.
Yeah.
Like,
people in those contexts try to, and generally are probably trained to, turn the whole thing into a very binary, like, conveyor belt type of job where it's just like examine, situation, green light, red light, and there's no context to be fucking had.
By the way, I actually forgot part of the annoyance. Part of the annoyance is that me and Paige were buying something online, or I forget what it was. I think it was DoorDash, actually. Or we took my debit card out of my wallet and we had it down here. And then we're like, okay, well, the next person who goes upstairs, remember to take the debit card upstairs and put it back in my wallet. and we forgot. So
Mm.
when we got there, I got out of the car and she went home, and I look in my wallet and I'm like, motherfucker, I
Mm.
have no way to pay for this registration. Paige, can you please go home, drive home, and get the debit card? So that was actually the first thing that happened today. So Paige had to go home twice today from driving, like dropping me off, then going back to the house, then bringing a debit card, and then bringing a passport.
Yeah.
Like, I woke up at 9 a.m. to do this, and this was the second day, and I think I got home at like 1.
Um,
Like, fuck.
I learned after like maybe I don't know how many times it was of just the card not being returned to the wallet that there will never be like anytime it comes out it has to go right back in. Otherwise you will walk out without it. You will be out and like get fucked over by just going like, ah shit, I paid for pickup or delivery
Those
and
of
put it
you
down
who
on a
are making
surface.
fun of me for getting up at 9 a.m., that's because I was up till 5:30 a.m. taking care of a baby dog, you dumb shits.
Yeah. You can always look into I don't know if you looked into it, but like you can do like phone pay stuff now. It that does exist too.
Yeah, maybe.
Just for like, you know, situations where you're like, oh shit, I got nothing. Well, here, that'll do. You know, but woof woof arf arf bark. That's
Dude, just like, I almost
yeah.
cried.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely
I
it.
almost actually, like,
That's
it
like
was like the
on
third
step
time when they're like,
6. On step 6 when the person's just staring at you going, "Yeah, sorry." Like that's tears. 100%.
it was the one where they told me I needed my passport, and I'm like, it doesn't say I need my passport. She's like, well, the dealer should have told you that you needed your passport.
And like you never get the satisfaction of it, but in the instances where you could just be like, "Can the 3 of you get on one call and just fucking hash this out because it's not my fault?" You know, like it would be great because you have to play ping pong between a bunch of people. You know, like that's what you really
None of
want.
them knew.
Just can you call this person who's telling me something else and figure it the fuck out, and then you could get a consensus going here because like all these people are sitting at their desks giving you different stories like that's insanely infuriating.
And like, this whole place is taking place inside government buildings, and like, granted, they're socially distant lines, but they're lines,
True.
right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm having to walk through, like, you know, offices to get this shit, and this is the like third day I've been out in 200 days, and I'm like, everyone's wearing their masks, but I'm still terrified of other people. I'm super fucked up, actually. Like, I'm legitimately terrified to go outside, but got to. So, you
That's not
know,
good.
like, there's this constant low level anxiety in the back that's just like, you're dying right now. I was like, no, I don't like that.
No, you should keep an eye on that and, you know, make sure that when things go back to normal that you don't get fucking stuck with any new
Agoraphobia?
isms. Yeah.
Well, I always had low level agoraphobia prior because I don't like big crowds. Just the size of what a crowd is now smaller,
But there's a difference
right?
between sudden onset agoraphobia and going full hickey mode.
Yeah. I need a needle in my arm, and that'll clear right up. Uh,
Okay.
Not just any needle either. A needle that has vaccine in it.
Okay. Like you want to clarify? All right. Yeah. All right.
I thought it might be funnier to not clarify, but then I realized I probably should. So I did all that shit. I also did play some games. I played Tsushima, but I mean, I'm way farther than you. Hey, game's really good. Sensei Ishikawa is like the actual worst. I hate him so much. He's a great character. He's just such an asshole. I also played a bunch of Fall Guys. Have you seen this shit? Wooly, you appear to be muted. Mmm. Mmm, good. Oh yes. So Fall Guys. Anyway. Oh, he's extra muted. Oh, look at that.
Okay, I think I fixed it.
Hey, it worked.
Yeah.
How much of that? How much of my rambling did people get to hear while you were trying to
None.
fix that?
None. I put us on
Oh,
break while I fixed it. Shit.
oh, that's a bummer.
Hold on. We got to go back on break a second. Fuck.
Oh, okay, that's great. Should I take my shit off?
No, hold on. No, no, no. You're good. You're good. You're good. All right, folks. There we go. Problems
Oh, that's super
addressed.
great.
And
So,
you know, the that's the magic of things being live is you see
oh yeah,
the sausage sometimes.
yeah,
So,
that's good. All right, so I was about to talk about Fall Guys, but your audio troubles actually made me think of something else. So I spent a little time over the weekend setting up a new mixer and making sure it worked. And it is a shittier mixer than the one I have. When the one that you have, we have Mackie. I want to call it Pro FX2s.
I've replaced mine. I got a new
Oh,
mixer
you
a while
replaced?
ago. Yeah.
What's the mixer you're using?
Different brand. You know,
It's Behringer or like
Yamaha actually. I think I'm using a
yeah,
Yamaha
that's a
mixer.
good one. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good one. So my Mackie's doing quite fine, but I looked down and I said to myself, I said, back at the office, these things would just straight up die. One day they'd be fine, and then the next day they would be dead.
So it's not that they would die, but it's that they would start giving out a low level hum that could not be removed.
Yeah, I consider that death, but
Yeah.
okay, fine, whatever. And I'm like, well, okay, let's see if I can, how easy it would be to get a replacement. Oh, impossible.
What?
Okay, yeah. What about a similar impossible? Oh,
Why?
right. Because here's what happened. COVID and everyone needing to work from home has just destocked almost every mixer, piece of audio equipment, webcam
Oh,
possible.
interesting.
So, so I ended up going down and grabbing like a relatively cheap 2-input like Behringer one that is bare bones, and was testing it out over the weekend. And the only reason I'm doing that is because like that thing is sitting there so that if the other one just dies, that there's a fucking solution to it. Because what with the COVID and what with the troubles and whatnot, not having a working audio system
Hmm.
for this stream would actually be really, really bad.
So I just went down to the store and like picked one up off the shelf in person. But this was
Now
before
I
quarantine. Um, and yeah, having a backup is pretty nice in case anything goes wrong. In my case, I already had a small 2-person one as well, but like I have a bit more probably more complex setup going because like I still have the like I have a lot more shit going on my side with the mixer.
yeah,
I'm going into like a separate recorder, a separate video, a separate this and that. And
you're
da, da,
doing all
da.
sorts of goofy shit.
So a simple 2-slot thing is not going to cut it for me. But yeah, there are places that you can go in and just buy one in person, mind you. If you're having trouble finding a mixer online that's decent. So not to mention that a lot of people like working from home and setting up their like Zoom meetings and office stuff for the first time are kind of coming in on the like webcam with headset level of tech.
It's great, isn't it?
Not a ton of people are jumping into like full on HDMI input and XLR microphone setups. That's a little bit more expensive and involved.
But anyway, I set that up. It works. Oh, excuse me. Got to talk closer into this because I got this potato. Do you want to say anything, potato? No? No, nothing to say? Okay.
For
Mwah.
the audio listeners, Geef has entered, and Geef has now left the chat.
He looks like a potato with legs, and I love him. He's fat. Oh man, puppies learn real fast. So Paige and I were like feeding him with like a spoon. Well, like we're feeding up his dog food with a spoon before, and then we had to stop doing that because he associated the clinking spoon noise with food, and then we were eating chili, and he started to go absolutely crazy, and we couldn't realize why. And it was because he thinks that we're like eating his food. He thinks that we are like literally preparing and eating his food, and then none for him.
Right.
But I played Fall Guys, which
Yeah.
lucky enough for me, I played it during a time in which the servers were fine.
Yeah.
I streamed it. The servers were completely fine during that one period that I tried to play it, and apparently that has not been the experience for anyone else at all.
Shit popped off. To be perfectly honest, was going to take a look at that this week if shit was not way too busy. But as soon as I get the chance and I'm back on a regular schedule, I definitely intend to jump in and see what's going on with that.
So here's what's going on. It's fucking great.
Looks really fun.
It is just Takeshi's Castle / MXC / Wipeout, like
Meets
Ultimate
Battle
Ninja
Royale.
Warrior. You're just doing it with like 60-ish people. There's about half of it is your effort. Half of it is God coming down to knock you off the platform. Like just shit that like 30 people just decided to push you off the side of the okay, well you're dead, fuck you, right? I have not screamed in furious anguish at a game like this game in probably a decade. I think I lost a victory by what might have been like 10 milliseconds. Like like you jump and you think you got it, and then it says eliminated, and I'm like,
Did you hit the button?
Mm,
Did you remember to hit the button?
yeah.
Okay. Because a couple takeaways I saw just from seeing
Don't
tweets
forget to hit
about
the
it.
button.
Don't forget to press the grab button.
Yeah. Um.
Actually, I'd say my favorite thing I saw was a video of someone kind of going like, basically, it's like the funny thing about people who cheat is they do so because they're incredibly bad at these games. And you see
Mhm.
someone cheating with a really fast character that's moving like 3 times faster than everybody, that runs up to the crown and falls, gets back up and tries like 3 times before someone else just running normally grabs and wins it.
Yeah,
And it's
that's
like,
right.
you were cheating and you still fucking sucked.
That's right.
You know, and it's like, yeah, that's why you cheat. You absolute disgrace. You know.
They are. That game is like dying due to its own popularity. Like it
Mm.
is constantly struggling. And I don't know if it's part of news, but did you hear what's happening with the names yesterday?
I didn't.
So here's what's happening with the names. Your Steam name is the one that um, like shows up in game,
Right.
and somehow, um, if you put JavaScript in your Steam name, it will activate shit in the game. So people were using like HTML and CSS and JavaScript and or whatever the fuck it was to like
Oh.
give themselves premium currency
Oh,
and
wow.
like alter the game
Fuck. Okay, that's a bad
through
one.
the names. So
That's a really bad one.
everyone's name right now is like Fall Guy number whatever the fuck.
Wow, that what an amazing find though. As a bug, like on a QA level, I am in awe at the discovery of that bug. You know, like finding a way to inject malicious code through the naming system of
Yeah,
your
apparently it's
OS
common.
level
People are
OS level
saying
name.
sanitize your inputs, which apparently is a thing. I didn't know that. I don't know anything about coding, but the game's great. This game is going to live and fucking die by how many of these new courses come out and how fast. Because I played it for 4 hours and I played every single game multiple times.
So games like this that grow faster than they're almost meant to, based on the
Mm-hmm.
scale of like the development and the size of the team, and the Twitter account that's doing its best. um, it's like, you can clearly see that with this level of popularity will come a cash influx that'll allow them to do all kinds of amazing things. Certainly,
Yeah.
but I think it's like, I don't know if it I wouldn't say it would die based on that, but it definitely will cool off the popularity spike if they're not able
I
to
would
keep
call
up
it.
with
I
the
would,
demand.
I would call it wither, I guess, because like the game's incredible and I had so much fun playing it. And yeah, I got so salty that I was like, I'll never play this game again. Fuck this game. I probably will. But the problem is that with the like, I think there's 25 maps, and I'd say like 5 or 6 of them are fucking terrible, and I hate them. I hate them when they come up,
Hmm.
and they come up too often because there's only so many maps.
Well, here's the other part of that though, is like in a game that was otherwise, like modest size, which is kind of like the impression I've gotten of this. If it's so
Yeah,
fun and so good that everyone plays so much of it that they see the whole thing, it almost doesn't matter whether there was 25, 50, or 100 maps, right? Because you're gonna be playing it that much because it's that fucking good. It's hitting
yeah,
that like
and
that
it's
Fortnite
also that like
scratch.
you get it. You like it has the battle royale thing of like once you're out of a match, you're back in right away,
Mm.
like right away.
Mm-hmm. So
Um,
new shit will come, but it almost doesn't matter how much shit there would have been to begin with, because
and it has a
it's
little
just
battle
that big,
pass.
you know.
It's just little cute cosmetics for like dress up as a pigeon and stuff like that. Um, That if I were the only thing that I would actually want in that game at all is a push, because you have a grab to hold people, but I want a push.
Is there a place that the craze kind of started? Was there any one like channel or any one like group that took a look at it that kind of like got it out there in some way, or did it just
they put the beta keys out and everybody was like, "Holy shit, this is incredible."
Okay.
It was last weekend. No, it was the weekend before last.
Because like
but
a lot of new
it's
games
free on PS Plus right now.
A lot of new games drop that like would kill for this kind of, like coverage. Like, so you just kind of wonder, was there something along the way that like?
So as somebody who streamed it, one of the biggest things is that it's not just really fun to play; it is a blast to watch.
Right.
Which makes it just excellent for being advertised via streams.
Okay.
Because when you are a funny or entertaining streamer and you're playing Fall Guys, you are essentially creating your own bootleg Takeshi's Castle or Most Extreme Elimination Challenge.
Free beta keys and free PS Plus, so yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So lots of people got to taste it, and guess what? It's great. So there you go.
I think that's awesome. Like, seems like a pretty small team otherwise, or a pretty small game, but like,
it's by Devolver, right? Devolver's never had like a big fucking mega hit to my knowledge.
Published by Devolver, right? Like,
well, what I mean is, for the publisher, like Devolver usually does like Carry On or whatever. It's like, oh, hey, look, it's this cool little indie game and did pretty well, but this is their first
mega success,
big hit as a publisher, yeah.
And I like to see that a game like this can make that level. That's really cool. It's nice that can still happen.
People are saying that apparently the devs are like, trust us, new maps are in the thing right now. New maps is important, especially because like the meta for certain maps has been discovered. There's optimal paths.
Yeah, I saw a video of a guy running around in little circles at the bottom of the falling one where the hexagons are.
That's the best one. Yeah. There's two ways to do that. There's two ways to win that game. The one where the disappearing platforms. Either be the guy all the way at the top and hop and save as many squares as you possibly can while looking down to see where you'll fall, or go all the way to the bottom first and just ruin it for everyone else.
Ruin it for everybody, yeah. Shit, I lost my train of thought. No, I was just gonna say that I like that, like, anytime something can come along, and again, it said it was 2 million sales immediately, right? Like, I think that's the number that we're saying. Yeah. So
2 million on PC right away.
Anytime,
so plus the PS Plus people,
because the like sort of like the upper echelon of like, if you were to split video game attention into like it's the major categories, right? Minecraft and Fortnite hold X chunk of the pie, and this is, and I mean, mobile is already a massive, like, it's a whole separate pie unto itself. But in terms of console and PC stuff, you have those games, and then you have everything else that is pretty much put out by EA or EA or Ubi or any of the other AAAs and such. And I guess like it feels as if, I don't know what the last game to enter that upper echelon that was.
It was Rocket League.
Was it Rocket League? It wasn't
totally
it?
Rocket League.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was the last time.
The game that is its own industry.
I like seeing that a lot. That makes me really happy. So it doesn't happen often. It should happen more often, but like that's great. Where it's like this game is fun enough that it just surpasses everything else and makes it all the way through.
Yeah, now get ready for the Fall Guys ripoffs.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Excited.
They had one on the official Twitter where they're like, what have you done to my boy? Like they did the little fucking Godfather line, "You've massacred my boy," and they just have like the mobile game shit looking garbage. It took seconds. Took seconds for them to do that. Yeah, yeah.
Anime Stranding's still my favorite, but that's only because it invented Genius Kojumbo.
I'm a big fan of Skullgirls 3 Deadly Airport.
Like, it's fucking great.
Yep. I plan to get on that ASAP.
I play anything else. Apparently the Deadly Premonition frame rate got fixed right after I beat it. That's fun. That's big fun. Oh well. I think that's it for me. With Pat. Hello. Do you want to check out more of this?
Plunging bros.
This crap.
Stumble
Oh!
lads.
Hey,
Drop
I want to thank
dudes.
somebody in the chat for pointing it out. I forgot that I also played Frog Fractions this week. And because Frog Fractions finally came out on Steam.
Yes, it did.
And
I immediately had ideas as soon as I saw that. I have some fun ideas.
well, obviously the game of the decade, incredible Frog Fractions, learning about frogs and math is there. The deep and excellent math adventure that we all know. Wooly, are you aware that it comes with DLC?
I did. There's a hat, and for some reason the hat is $9.
The hat, the iconic hat DLC, which is like a Rasta hat, is like $9.
That's crazy.
And the reason why that is because when you're on the main menu, you can play Frog Fractions Classic or Frog Fractions with iconic hat DLC. And there are very significant changes to the gameplay when you're eating the bugs and learning about fractions
Okay.
when you wear that hat DLC. It's actually a much longer experience than the original when you use the iconic hat DLC.
Interesting. Okay. I have
and I played
heard,
through it, and it is great.
I've heard that the hat is some good content.
It's a
good stuff.
really
I've heard
nice,
it's pretty
well-made
cool.
hat.
So I
The
don't
hat
know.
made me chuckle.
I don't know
at
much
many
about
times.
that. I intend to. I'd like to see that, but yes, that will definitely be something that will be looked at very, very soon.
I certainly enjoyed having Hop wear his iconic hat much more than I did digging through Glittermitten Grove.
Mm-hmm.
Much more.
Yeah. I mean, we were both around to see that and how that went. And it's a little bit rough recapturing the magic.
Yeah.
It's a little bit rough. But I'm very happy that they released this on Steam because, fucking deserved it. Kind of forgot about that for a minute. And it just so happens that as it's been so long since that time in my life, there's a couple people that have no idea what the fuck this is. So
yeah, so
I'm
if
like, okay,
guys
here we go.
want to play a fun little edutainment game that features frogs that'll let you learn about fractions, I would highly recommend that you download and play Frog Fractions on Steam. It's free. It is a free game. It used to be a browser game. Now you can get it on Steam for free. If you really like learning about fractions with your amphibious friends, you can go ahead and get the iconic hat DLC. It won't disappoint you.
Cool.
And if you have any questions past what I am talking about right now, I highly suggest you don't ask them. Shut the fuck up, and instead just go play Frog Fractions. It's for free.
That's correct. It's a little bit like when we talked about the Outer Worlds, Wilds, and it was like, just play it.
Did you see? Oh man, there was like updates on that level of cursed shit. Well, one of the writers for Outer Wilds ended up going to work for Obsidian and writing stuff for the upcoming Outer Worlds expansion, and being like, "Haha, I did it. I wrote for both." But what was worse than that was somebody put up mock-ups of the Outer Wild, like the Obsidian game, but with the box art styling of Outer Wilds and vice versa.
That's just
and
mean.
It's just the most confusing shit in the world.
That's just mean. That's just cruel.
It's
like, that is brain fuckery. Right.
So if you want to check my stupid shit out, you can go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. This week, there'll be more RE7 later in the week. We'll finish off that RE marathon. Gonna take a look at Grounded, which is apparently good. Eli was telling me that Grounded is fun. So, okay, I'll check that out. And most importantly, on Tuesday, I will be checking out the canonical sequel raid series to Nier Automata in the FF14 patch 5.3. They have the new raid series out called The Puppet's Bunker, which will probably have sexy robots in it from Nier Automata.
Is that the second? Is that a second one?
That's the second one, yeah.
Okay, all right.
So it was the Copied Factory, and now it's the Puppet's Bunker.
Okay.
And heads up for those of you who want to check that out, the 14 raid series actually contains massive spoilers for Automata, and probably is a sequel or a prequel or some shit. So be warned if you go and check that out.
Yeah, I imagine you'd want to dodge that entirely if you did not play those games.
Well, for context, they did the Ivalice FF Tactics series last expansion. That had an epilogue to Final Fantasy Tactics where Delita and Ramza get to have one last conversation, and Matsuno wrote it, so it counts.
Yeah, I just mean if you don't know what you're looking at, like, why not just dodge it entirely?
Yeah, but what I mean is like these raid series have been actually like integrated with the writers of their games to matter. Mm-hmm. So it's not like so and so is tagging along and you watch it and you're like, oh, whatever, that doesn't matter. Like, this shit will probably fold into something, right? Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Taro's an asshole though. Every time they interview him about the fucking raid series, he's like, why don't you just make a mechanic that just kills everyone if they do this? And they're like, because then that would suck, Taro. that would be because that would be terrible to play. And he's like,
over on Wooly Versus, I'm gonna put the schedule out a little bit later, but we're gonna have of course, Paper Mario will continue, Ghost of Tsushima will continue, and a new game, I suppose, will be started now that Halo 3 is done. What could it be? Who knows? So, that's exactly it. So, we're coming in, continuing what's going on, and yeah, I definitely do want to. I wanted to do some stuff for Fall Guys, and I wanted to do some stuff for Frog Fractions. But since this week I'm leaving on Thursday, so not going to be able to get around to the usual Thursday and Saturday schedules. So those days gonna be gone. Up to stare at some trees, but while up there, might have some fun. Might I don't know, bring a board game or two. We'll see what's up. But yeah, the
Enjoy your little trip.
thank you. But yeah, so the schedule on Wooly Versus is going to be pretty much up to Wednesday for now, and yeah, I'll be putting that out on my Twitter. And you can check out, as usual, on YouTube as well, on Wooly Versus, the ongoing episodes of Paper Mario, Halo 3, and Ghost of Tsushima. And as soon as possibly, yeah. So I think the week after that, I'm waiting for the details to be finalized, but gonna be doing some commentary for a Mortal Kombat 11 tournament that's coming up as well.
Cool.
There's an event that's kind of being
nice.
put together, so gonna jump in and do a little bit of that. I'll give you guys more details once I have them, but stay tuned for that.
Oh, I'd like to give an update on one thing because I see people are asking. Because I did the RE marathon, but then I stopped. Now I'm going to 7. The reason why we're holding off on Revelations 2 is because Paige's poor back is still like ruined and fucked up. Her lower back is just all screwed up. But 2, more importantly, it's going to be a really, really long time before we're able to both sit down and focus on a game together, what with a shit beast pooping and chewing on stuff here. Like Paige is like in the background right now. Hi, honey. But the shit beast must be taken care of.
Cool. So, that's over at Wooly Versus.
Let's take Pat Stares that also. Yeah.
Let's take a quick word from our sponsors.
Let's do that.
This week, Castle Super Beast is sponsored by DoorDash.
Hey, I would actually love to sing DoorDash's praises right now.
Yeah.
You know what my experience with DoorDash has been? I recently started using them.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, you know what? I'm going to make the switch. I used a rival food service that uses existing on-the-road drivers. And I was like, you know what? I am absolutely fucking sick of these people getting hungry and stealing my food.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, oh my God. It's like once a week. It's so bad. And I used DoorDash. And first of all, even though, like, you know, there's restaurants that are like they use their own drivers so you can't get the tracking data. DoorDash has the tracking data for everybody. Mm-hmm. And then they gave me a decent ETA. And I got free delivery charges because I was a new user. And my food showed up, and then I ate it, and it was good.
Would you describe that as a positive experience?
I would it very much describe that as a positive experience.
Okay, that's good. Keeping it positive is good. That is that is a little. I noticed a little note right there.
What's that?
You know. I definitely can say that I've had positive experiences with DoorDash. In particular, I like that there is a variety that is very, very large of restaurants.
Very large, right?
I thought were outside of the range of delivery for my place. It turns out they weren't. There was a couple places where. There's a couple places where I'm like, that's way too far. They're never gonna. And it's like, oh my God, they'll do it.
There's a couple places when I moved that I became outside their delivery range, and there's one or two that DoorDash will still be like, yeah, no, we'll do it.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, that's awesome. All right.
So, you know, as it is, DoorDash, that's the way you get your food delivered to you these days. You get the app, you simply order what you need. Tons of places to pick from. I believe the last time we checked, we were counting over 300,000 partners in the U.S., Puerto Rico, Canada, and Australia. And it definitely includes chains as well as local go-tos. and small and big restaurants alike all are available, and I'm very happy with the selection, especially because you want to rotate through things as you get used to some of your favorite spots and you have them on a regular basis these days. For me, at least, I like to keep things rotating, and DoorDash has got some really good picks with that. So, yeah, they've been really, really solid with that, and the contactless delivery continues to be magical. It continues to be the shit. I love it because you get the knock knock and then you open the door and bam, there it is right there. And you just you say thank you to the...
Hey! Yeah, you can just leave it. You leave it there. And then they go, okay. And they give you a thumbs up.
And the ghost of efficient delivery just kind of says, no problem, and heads back their way to help other people out. So, yeah, you know the deal. Check out DoorDash and help out the show. Why don't you? If you're a fan, you can. Right now, our listeners can get $5 off and 0 delivery fees with their first order of $15 or more when you download the DoorDash app and enter code CASTLE. That's $5 off and 0 delivery fees on your first order when you download the DoorDash app in the App Store and enter code CASTLE. Don't forget code CASTLE for $5 off your first order with DoorDash. Thank you, DoorDash.
Thank you, DoorDash.
Yeah. There you go. Just a little reminder to keep things positive up top. Like, okay. All right. I suppose, in discussing the failings of really, really other annoying people, things, and services, you can bring out the positive in that.
I'll tell you what's not positive. The rival food place that I ordered from before we switched to DoorDash brought us some food from a very bad restaurant.
Okay, listen. Full disclosure about this. I can't handle the story.
Oh, yeah?
I can't handle it. Actively?
Mr. Targeting my colostomy bag can't handle it?
The glimpse at the photo, and I had to fucking check out. I couldn't.
Well, see, what happened here?
I couldn't fucking do it. I can't even entertain it. I can't go down the road. I had to just completely...
Turn your headphones off, you pussy.
Couldn't do it.
Before we switched to the excellent DoorDash, we ordered from a restaurant that we thought was good, but was very bad, because they sent us some moldy, furry potato salad. It looked like that potato salad was becoming a sonic friend.
Already I die at foods that are salads that are not actually salad. Anything that is a blank salad that is not actually just like tomatoes and a bunch of leafy greens can fuck off. I'm already in that place by default.
My wonderful, loving woman, One Peach Saliva, was very tired after a day of taking care of our doggy. And in a series of events that I do not fully understand and react with shock, decided to eat my leftover potato salad without looking at it once. Yeah, it's leftover because I didn't eat it. And about 5 or 6 full bite swallows ins of, oh, there must be cat hair all over this, she decided to look down and see that it, in fact, was growing new life in her potatoes. Furry, powerful life. And when she posted that on Twitter, struggle tweets picked it up and made fun of her. And then my favorite part of the story is people from struggle tweets misunderstanding that it was mold and thinking she had somehow cooked the dog absentmindedly and was in fact eating the dog, which led to us having to go into the struggle tweets thing and be like, guys, first of all, yes, it is her. She is embarrassed. But 2, that we did not eat our dog. Our dog is right here. He is fat. He is very dumb, but we love him.
That photo is not safe for me.
No?
Not safe
And
for
then
me
later,
at
poor Peach Saliva had the stomach problems.
Yeah, I imagine. Fuck.
And we were like, after a day, it was like, oh, I bet it's fine. And then on the second day, it was like, this is not fine. Because as you all know, women do not use the restroom like we do.
Can't handle it.
No.
Too much.
You've never eaten food without looking at it and then discovered that it was poison.
Dude, like the bread that like we bought the other day, like a slice at the back had like 2 dots of mold on them, and like Punch Mom fucking specced that shit out from like a sniper scope mile away and tossed it. Like, it's not about being like super hyper vigilant about catching the smallest little things, but how does a large black fuzzy shape, if not the shadow of it, then the texture, not, or the instant scent of something being wrong?
Sometimes you just got a lot of cat hair on your food, and you instead of doing anything about it, you just decide to keep eating, I guess.
Or like, have you ever forgotten clothes in the washing machine?
I have.
And then you come back to it and you're like, oh no, I gotta fucking wash these again before we dry them out.
Because
you can smell the start.
They'll be weird, yeah.
You can still smell the start of the mold. Like, how does that in your mouth not immediately
That's
send?
not mold, that's mildew. That's different.
Okay, all right. I imagine all of your taste buds would fire off and like send an alarm.
Now you would think that is the case. However, you have to remember there are some people out there with what I describe as a scorched palate. And people with scorched palates can't detect anything other than salt or other similarly strong phrases. These are the types of people that would say, eat mustard out of a jar, eat a jar of pickles by drinking the brine as if it were a soda, biting into lemons for real, not as a joke, etc.
Well, let the record show that I had my thumb on my phone and I saw and I clicked on a photo and I yelled no at the top of my lungs. I yelled it and closed the app and stayed off of Twitter for a while as I went back to what I was doing. Like, that was the end of my session. And I am like, yeah, like I like Punch Mom's out. She's gone for now. She's, I am alone here. I don't talk to myself.
Yeah.
The first noise I heard in days, because I don't talk to myself. I just sit here and just quiet doing my thing.
Yeah.
I yelled no. And
like a real like office kind of.
Nothing has elicited that reaction from me in a very long time.
All right, so let's chalk up the list. We have glass, poison, and mold. What's next for our young heroine? Who knows? You were with us when she tried to eat a whole pane of glass.
I was gonna say there's glass redux if you really want to.
Because there was the attempt to eat the whole pane of glass, and then there was the successful attempt at eating the iPhone glass.
What the ever-loving shit is cat water?
Cat water? What's cat water? Oh, man. You know what cat water is? Okay. So here's what happens. So she didn't drink any cat water. Okay. That one she dodged. So what cat water is, it's Paige, we're talking about the Elmo's water bit. God. Okay, so what happens is you have some water out, right? And the cat comes out and drinks it because cats are sneaky, right? Okay. And then the instant the cat drinks your drink, it becomes the cat's drink.
Yes.
Because cat mouths are filthy at a notorious level.
Yeah, the tongues are used to clean everything. Yeah.
No, not just that. They're also rife with like deadly bacteria. That's why if a cat bites you, it often swells up and gets horribly infected, right? So there was a clip a million years ago of Elmo sneaking up and drinking some of Paige's water, and she won't drink it. And I'm like, drink the water, and she won't do it. What she did do, however, oh yeah, you know what? This we can add a fourth one here, is that there is. Hold on a second. Hold that thought. Stall for time.
What now? The fuck do you think? Dude, like, I'm...
Okay, so we were at a funny little arts and crafts store for idiots. And oh no puppy, don't. Okay. Uh-oh. We discovered this cup, which if you can take a look at it on the...
I'm looking at it's a little coffee cup, and there's a cat on it, and it looks like Elmo.
Elmo, right? It's a black and white cat. All right, so this black and white coffee cup I thought was really cute and looked like our cat. And I said to myself, I know what I can do with this cup. I can take it and use it to scoop up the cat food and pour the cat food in the bowl, and then put the cat food, put it in the cat food, the big kibble bag, and then so that when I need to give the cat more cat food, just grab it and go scoop it. The reason it doesn't have a handle is I just dropped it one day.
Did you inform anyone else of your plans?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I informed all members of the household of the plan to use this cat cup for cat food purposes.
Okay.
And one day I forgot it on the counter, and I look over, and Paige is drinking a glass of water out of it. And I'm like, oh no, stop! She's like, why? Sip. I was like, that's Elmo's cat food cup. You're eating cat food water.
Like, you're already fucking dying all the time as is. What are you doing?
Strengthening the immune system. Excuse me.
All right.
Safely, okay. Where none may acquire it.
Okay. Listen, man, that potato salad, that did things. Like, that did things. I was not ready.
Not good?
No good. No good.
So, you know what? I didn't even tell you how the story happened in my perspective. I was so tired that I fell asleep upstairs holding the dog. And she comes into the bedroom, goes, Pat, it's really important. I need help. I'm like, what happened? She's like, I ate something. And I'm like, okay. And then we walk down and we just see it, and it's sitting there. And oh boy. Love you, honey.
Do you know what I thought I was initially looking at?
What's that?
I initially thought I was looking at the flesh off the back of a mouse buried in the potato salad.
We thought that too.
That's what I took that photo to be. And that never really left. Okay. Video games then.
I got this dog, and he's pretty cute. He's really soft, but he loves to poop. All right. Hey, you know what happens when you get a dog or a baby? You sing little songs a lot.
Looks like you're trying to make a
Maybe
noise happen, but it
it
ain't gonna
relaxes
happen.
them.
Hey, so some stuff happened. Video games.
Yeah. You want to talk about the big one?
Well, there's two big ones.
All right. I'll let you pick whichever big one you want.
So with the announcement, we'll start off. We'll go in chronological order here, but
Yeah, let's do that.
Street Fighter V Champion Edition DLC characters revealed for the next season of Street Fighter V include Dan Hibiki, Rose, Oro, and Akira Kazama from Rival Schools. Fucking
Yay!
amazing! Good job, guys. How about that?
Yeah, that's great. Those are good characters.
Been calling for Oro for a while now. Dan, not so much, but always a fun time. And an Akira from Rival Schools pull is...
Rival Schools exists! Wow!
How about that? The first acknowledgement in a very long time. The first acknowledgement since Tatsunoko versus Capcom. And wonderfully welcome characters. Akira, one of the best characters in on that roster. Just design-wise, I think everybody is
Both
absolutely in love.
Excellent.
Yeah, and I think it's never been about her gameplay because no one really gives. Unfortunately, no one really cares that much about how she plays, which is not wonderful in my brain, but super amazing character design that I'm glad came forward. I'm glad it wasn't Batsu.
Yeah, me too.
Because that would have been like, well, Shoto, we know the deal. Kyosuke is also pretty. He got well represented in CVS 2, so that was great. But Akira getting in there is fun. And who knows, maybe there will be a reference where, maybe one of her supers is like her brother jumps in and does the team-up attack, and Daigo takes a couple hits and then beats the shit out of you, That's the thing about Rival Schools characters is they've always got to have in every guest appearance a level 3 that calls in their partner attack because it's such a major part of the game. So a lot of fun on that. I'd say Rose is. Go ahead.
Yeah, Rose is there.
Rose is kind of the milquetoast pick in that. You can very easily imagine what she'll be like, and it's cool that she's there, but I don't think anyone was super clamoring. I know that gameplay wise, Rose has always had some very disgusting shit, so they can make her very, very good very easily if they wanted to. It's interesting. I think this is a nice little unexpected surprise for Street Fighter V. I
like
think
Oro holding his turtle.
Mm-hmm. I think considering it ended in a place where I basically was like, well, it's less about this game as more as it is I'm having fun with other games, and then the online debacle that we kind of got into not too long ago was pretty rough. But at the end, I was like, oh yeah, Seth is a pretty cool addition. I like what they did with that, and I also like what they did with Gil. But here, I'm definitely going to want to see what they have going on with these characters that I like. I'm gonna definitely mess around and see what they have to offer. Dan's animations look pretty elaborate already, so that's cool.
I hope he has a super taunt back. Does he have a super taunt back?
He definitely has his taunt with a hitbox on it because we saw him doing a roll into the elbow. So Oyaji probably going to be in there in some form. I would like them to pay homage to his moves from SVC Chaos because he always gets more in there. It'd be really cool if he could do the super taunt that actually stuns you.
Yeah. It's really crazy that Street Fighter V is getting DLC characters after the Championship Edition, which was said to be the finale of the Street Fighter V product cycle.
They did.
And these characters are going to be coming out till 2021.
They did, but then they came out and said, actually, we're doing another season.
Oh, that's
You know,
crazy. I
so
wonder why they'd have another season
yeah.
after they said that.
Um.
That's goofy.
Well, you know, it's
What could have happened?
who knows? Who
Who
knows?
knows? Is there any other news?
There sure is. It looks like after a very long time being the face of the brand, Yoshinori Ono will be stepping down from his responsibilities and is leaving Capcom this summer. So
Huh.
a letter of resignation was sort of published, and it looks like Ono's going to be stepping out.
Oh no.
Yeah. So this is one of those ones that you know, it's someone that's been working at this thing for a long time. He's been the face for a while. You know, people definitely have pretty recent memories of 3-2-1 Shoryuken, you know, in their minds and stuff like that. There's definitely been, you know, stuff that's out there that is I think there was a good tweet that basically said like, hey, like it's possible to kind of appreciate the stuff that was done while also you know, keeping in mind that this is a someone who, you know, like may have been responsible for like working like Seth and Combo Fiend out of Capcom possibly, and there's unsubstantiated stuff that was said in regards to that. It's not 100% confirmed. There's not much I can really say here, but to keep it as honest as possible, like we've kind of had made these sideways glances and smiles over the years a little bit, but here's the truth of the matter is this, guys. Like over the years, I've heard some like not great stuff in regards to production production related stuff with Ono, and like it's like a lot of different things in a lot of different things involving projects and stuff like that is just like not really great sounding, and just in general there's things about like tough to work with and things like that. In other cases a little more extreme, but it is so it's one of those things where you're like, okay, you know, I wonder if a little bit of that conflict and that like sort of hard to work with part of things is a factor in what led to this moment, because it wouldn't seem out of place for there to be eventually a disagreement that leads to, you know, them parting ways based on what the previous conflicts have been like.
Yeah. I appreciate that Ono cared enough to bring back Street Fighter and made the effort with SF4 to bring it back, and that is very appreciated. However, from my personal experience, I have never heard anyone have anything nice to say about the man and working with him. And may, in fact, have heard many not great things about working him, particularly in production. Also, when the recent rumors came out that Street Fighter 6 was actually planned for like this year or maybe early next year, but it sucks ass, I would classify those rumors as extremely unsurprising. And what with Ono supposedly being the head on that project and possibly having that project given to somebody else to fix it, I am extremely unsurprised that Ono would eventually resign if he can't actually run Street Fighter anymore.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to... That's the least surprising part of that story, to be perfectly honest. And it certainly lines up with what's been said, you know? And you know, of course, this is the type of thing where, it really comes down to, like, I would say. Anyway, I think the way we phrased it is the right way to go about it, because you just kind of, like, you can't really speak on behalf of other people. You know what I mean? You can't. There's a lot of people that have had their takes and have said these things. You don't want to speak on anyone's behalf, and you definitely
I
don't
don't
want
want
to.
to speak on anybody's behalf, and I
Yes,
don't want to say anything that can't be proven. But what
exactly.
I can say is that
Yes.
I have absolutely, positively never heard
Yeah.
one nice thing about Yoshinori Ono ever from
And
anyone who has worked with him.
um, and you also don't, like, want to elaborate further beyond what you've been asked to elaborate on. So that's,
I sure do.
you know, that's kind of the tone here to understand. But all things considered, yes, as you said, it is nice and appreciated that Street Fighter was brought back, and that it was, it had a return to form after so long without there being any. And, apparently he was responsible for the sound design back on Third Strike in the day, and shit like that. And you're like, that's fucking awesome, man. Like, very cool with that. Maybe a little less so on Capcom Fighting Jam, but hey, bygones. those are of yesteryear, But
Let's all just thank Ono for helping Street Fighter 4 get made, and also never forget that Ono is a Blanca player.
well, there's that part of it. But I think that's that. I think that's it. It's that there's a very, like, sort of conflicted and mixed feeling that comes with not hearing any good stories, as you said, and also being aware that, like, a lot of people kind of see a public face, but there might not be a consistency between that and what happens behind the scenes. So,
I am much more excited for Street Fighter 6 now.
I'd like to see where things go with some fresh eyes, fresh leadership. See what direction things are going to go with. Yeah, just a completely different person at the helm. Might be cool. I would think, I have my suspicions, it will be pretty much for the better all across the board.
I also suspect that.
That's how I feel about it.
I suspect that the reason we're getting a new season of SF5 DLC is because SF6 needs way more work on it than it was originally planned. And that they wasted many monies on it. And now they have to make the monies back. Hopefully the delay will give it rollback netcode that is good.
It is what it is. But this is an announcement that I've been kind of sitting and wondering about. I was like, this is going to go down at some point.
Yeah, you know what?
When's
That's the way to phrase it. That's the way to phrase it. Wooly and I are sitting here going, I wonder what year this story is going to happen. And I guess it's this year.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I remember thinking that all the way back when SF5 launched.
At least once a year, there was a moment of, will it be this year? I wonder,
Wonder which year Ono's going to leave. Or, quote unquote, air quotes, leave.
Yeah. I mean, and there was and, like, even on his side of events, like, there's things where you read the stories about how he's like, I was worked to the bone and I got sick from overworking, and the company didn't care,
That is totally accurate.
And that
he did get horribly sick from overwork, and the company didn't care at all.
Yeah. And you're like, well, now you're also just like, it's like, all things aside, all other stuff mentioned aside, like, that just sounds also as well as if, like, there was just probably an unpleasant, vibe in place already between him and the company on stuff like that, on personal matters like that as well. But it's not
awesome.
Not our place to sit and speculate,
Not our man. I'm just some guy. I always, you know what my favorite thing ever is? My favorite thing ever And this is totally unrelated to what we're talking about now. Has nothing to do with what we're talking about now. But when a leaker comes out and has like dank leak news and can't reveal their sources, right? Because their sources is somebody who works there, whatever, right? And people are like, haha, what's your source? Just some guy, or trust me, bro, right? And they all make fun of the leaker, and you look at it and you're like, no, that's real. That's super real. It's kind of upsetting that this person's getting made fun of because they can't blow up their source. But no, that one's on point. It's always a sad little.
Every once in a while, there is a leak that comes out, and you kind of look, and you just kind of you have your own little PogChamp to yourself. You just kind of, there it is. But yeah, I know what you mean.
My favorite is like when a game gets announced and you're like, oh, wow, that's crazy. I can't believe it.
Oh my god.
They really made another one of
those. So we'll see how this goes, man. And we'll see, maybe at the next fighting game roundtable, we'll see who's sitting down in that place, in that seat.
Yeah.
There's a couple of there's some new. I mean, Capcom's had a pretty much a complete refresh of their talent since the old OT days. You know what I mean? And a lot of people have moved on to other places. So there's now people there that like have had a chance to work on a couple of fighting games. Not all of them were good.
That's true.
In fact, most of them were not. But I would like to imagine somewhere in there's somebody that can, get some fresh ideas.
It's really disappointing how every other part of Capcom turned around and released a bunch of killing, like, the fucking awesome shit. Monster Hunter's great. Resident Evil's great. I forget what else they put out, but it was probably really good. Right? And then the fighting game, what did we get? We got Infinite. Like, oh.
I'll tell you what. Whoever was down to put Akira from Rival Schools in this, like, you get kudos. Yeah, and maybe it was Ono that made that pick, but whoever maybe that was. But if it wasn't, like, more of that, more of that. We'll see. We'll see.
And also, everybody remember that Ono was also in charge of the Deep Down and Phanta Ray engine.
Phanta Ray. Mm-hmm.
Where's that? Oh. That's weird because they're moving everything in the Resident Evil engine. So I guess Phanta Ray isn't anything but a big-ass waste of money.
Oh, waste of money, you say? Did that money just kind of disappear?
It may have just disappeared.
I hope Oro has all three of his supers. I hope he calls in rocks. I hope he can pull his second arm out. I hope he gets the big spirit bomb. I hope we get all of it.
Oh, those would be great. What else we got this week?
This week we have other announcements include the ghost of the Wii U in the sky has gotten even more transparent.
Oh, sick.
Every day it gets a little bit more transparent, and Pikmin 3 has been announced for the Switch. So it slowly but surely fades away.
The Wii U looking inside the rainy window? Like that's the image I have of it, like fading away like Back to the Future.
Oh, is that what you're thinking? Oh, I'm thinking of like up on the horizon, like the last little bits.
Like Mufasa.
But then again, though, usually that's reserved for like people who you kind of like, no, don't go.
It's not the person who Undertaker's pushing into the casket, and you're going, yeah, 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 yeah.
I mean, what you really want is to like rip its children away from it and then send it away. So it's like, please fade away, but give me the baby in your hand first, because
Give the baby.
you're holding on to a couple of babies that we need. Let's grab them one by one. Okay, Wonderful 101, here you go. We got it. Toss that over. Got the swaddle ready. Wrap that shit up. Deliver it to the Switch.
And you're like 3 dirt shovels in before you realize deep in its death clutch are Galaxy 1 and 2, and you're like, no,
No,
Galaxy... you will not. No, I am not burying you with those.
No, we got Pikmin out of there. We got No More Heroes is coming off of that. There's a couple things. There's a couple things that are still stuck. Well, besides Galaxy 1 and 2, Xenoblade X? Yeah, that's the one.
Xenoblade X, yeah.
Xenoblade X.
Hyrule Warriors?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So you're kind of trying to rip as many...
I'm thinking of 3D World, not Galaxy. My mistake.
You're trying to rip as many babies out of that hand as possible. You know? Nintendo Land, they can remake that with more stuff. Like... Nintendo Land,
just not.
Because also think about Nintendo Land, and like the funnest games were the asymmetrical ones, you know.
Yeah.
So like you needed someone on the Wii U gamepad, and then everyone else looking at the TV for that Ghost game to work, that Luigi's Mansion game to work, and shit like that. That doesn't work as well with the Switch. You're not going to have to be able to set the same thing up. So just ditch that, you know. Devil's Third. Lol. Yeah.
Oh, that's fine.
I mean, didn't they port part of it? The multiplayer or something like that? Wasn't there a multiplayer only PC version or something? I don't know. Anyway, rip the babies out, toss them to the waiting swaddles, and make it fade away faster. You know?
Fade away faster. Die, Wii U. Long live the Wii U.
Basically. So there's that. And would you look at that? Sega says, hey, Persona 4 the Golden made some money on PC. Maybe, just maybe, there might be something to this. So, Persona Central, which... God damn it. Hold on a second. Can you... I just got a call and like my headphones did that whole interrupting thing.
Oh no!
It's pretty annoying.
I hate that. Don't take the call.
And for some reason, upon switching back, we got music that started playing. Don't worry about that. That's that new Mellow shit, by the way. 2 Mellow just put out a new album. And Summer in Silent Places is beautiful. You should check it out. That's a banger. That was actually my podcast outro music that you heard for a second there. Don't worry about it. What I was in the middle of saying is that shout outs to Persona Central, a site that's run by a friend of mine actually from Montreal, pretty cool guy. They paid attention to some of the Q&A following their quarterly financial reports. So they took some questions from their investors, and they basically had the Sega Sammy president and COO say that we've remastered Persona 4 the Golden, a title previously sold on Vita, released it for Steam in the fiscal year, and because of its critical acclaim and its low selling price, sales were much stronger than we expected. We will continue to actively promote porting previously released titles to Steam and new platforms. We're negotiating with platform holders for new games in the future and considering ways to sell under favorable conditions for each title. Among them, measure such as preparing PC versions for titles from the beginning with multi-platform releases in mind.
So, this is like legitimately good news, but it's so upsetting.
Yep.
It's so upsetting.
This is the speed at which this is the market catch-up speed, you know? Like, it takes about a decade for the company to catch on to what people have been asking for from release.
Like,
10 years.
To those of you who can't quite understand just why it's so upsetting, this is the equivalent of you telling your friend that broccoli is actually really good if you cook it well. No, man, I actually have broccoli a lot. It's like a good staple vegetable. I really enjoy it. And they're like, broccoli is garbage. I don't want to have broccoli. And then a different friend, a decade after you know them, sneaks broccoli into their food and they eat it. And the next time you see you, is like, I recently started eating broccoli. It's really good. Would you believe it? Like, isn't that crazy? And you're like, you bitch, you motherfucking bitch, you fucking shithead bitch, idiot. I'll jam this broccoli down your fucking throat. It's the worst. It is the fucking worst.
Broccoli is great.
Broccoli's pretty good. Yeah. I didn't like it as a kid, but I like it as an adult.
I'm just reminded of all the other things where you just kind of you get the news and you just kind of get to go finally. And it really 10 years of waiting on something and going like, why don't they get it? Why don't they know? How is it so hard to get the message across? How is this falling on deaf ears for a decade? Like, what's up with that? And then you finally kind of get some news and you go, well, thank God, but also you've deadened yourself inside to the issue after 10 years, you know?
So, I mean, I can actually tell you exactly what the answer is. And I mean, I'm sure you know it, but maybe people...
I'm trying to not stay the obvious here, but yeah.
The obvious is that the people that you need to talk to are isolated, either regionally or linguistically or in terms of corporate infrastructure. They're not front-facing. So, like, people have the ability to talk to and interview people like Daisuke Shiwatari, like you did, or Harada, and like literally tell them, right? And be like, hey, dude, we want this, or this is cool, or whatever. Often the people in those decisions are people you don't know the names of and will never meet and never see. So you can't talk to them. And then when people inside that company do talk to them, well, I've been here for 20 years. I've been here since the Super Nintendo. I know how games work. I know how games are made. And I know better. And that's it.
Generally speaking. Yeah. I mean, listen, the role of community manager, I remember when that did not exist. And I remember when it started existing. And I remember when what that meant was person who posts on the blog that we have like put out that essentially just kind of talks directly to, people who are fans or whatever, but they don't really talk. It's just, I am making press releases that sound less stiff from our blog. That's all a community manager was.
I remember the first time I ever saw a community manager, and it was 2003, and it was the World of Warcraft beta. Might have been 2004 on release, but Rob Pardo was like the head blue mod on the Blizzard forums during World of Warcraft's release, and his job was to go into every topic complaining about everything and find the questions that actually mattered for shit and talk to a human and get some kind of answer, right? And the answer was almost always, we're working on it, right? But even that was better than before. And at least the devs would know what questions were coming in, because it's like, man, they keep bugging us about this guild bank shit, or, oh, they keep bugging us about this bug out in whatever. And Rob won't leave me alone about this shit, and I don't care about it, but fuck it, I'll fix, But now it is like now. There's always been the thing of like, do they do that, which is what they're supposed to do, or are they just placating the anger people with the
They're
press release?
And the answer is they're placating anger. Now, when Twitter became more of a thing, we got like much more clear like feedback loops, or at the very least what seemed to be, I can talk to you on Twitter directly, you might respond, and that means you've gotten the heads up about it. And then they kind of have to compile that from at least from talking to community manager guys about this stuff. It sounds like what they do is kind of eventually compile the vibes into a report and send it off to the ether. And
there's a wild difference between the fucking what do you call it, the press release guy, and then the person you're talking about in the middle, and then people like Rep Ford who will hang out with you on stream, and as you try and trick them into shit talking Destiny, and you make fun of them for how buggy their game is, and they're like, ho ho ho, right? Love you, Reb. Your Dio costume looks incredible. But there's a wide chasm in between that.
And what kind of hurts is that over the course of this decade-long game of fucking string can telephone, right?
Yeah.
As the vibration travels slowly, you have like things where you see the transcript of an investor meeting where that person will get their question in, the investor will get their question in directly to the COO right away, and it would be a case of like, you know, oh, I don't know, whatever. Hey, my kid's been playing the Fortnite, spends a lot of money. When can we get that kind of money? What's going on with that?
When is this game going to be more like Call of Duty / Fortnite / Minecraft?
And I want to make it clear, because we spend a lot of time dumping on these investor meetings all the time.
Sure do.
Because they really are like rough to listen to, because it's people who are like kind of throwing in the money looking for the investments, and oftentimes don't understand what they're investing in a lot. And they ask really dumb questions, and it's kind of embarrassing because you can hear the person who's answering like have to fucking mentally just like,
well, I mean, let's not mince words, Wooly. Most investors who go to these meetings are moronic, dirtbag, old, rich, fuckhead capitalists. Like, they're rich people that love being rich and love to gamble and just give me more money now.
Of course,
money.
and yes, and they're providing money that is then going to go work on these projects. But the point of the dunking is that like it's because like that voice is being heard loudly, and it's a dumb voice.
Very loudly.
Over the people that are willing to spend and buy your thing, right? Like, your two places to get money from are investors and people that buy the product. And all the people that are on the receiving end of like we're waiting to buy the product, we have the money here, we want to give it to you, right? Those things, if it takes 10 years for the message to get heard and reacted to, but you know what I mean? But in the meantime, over here, you get these dumb things flying out, and
it's a much more complicated topic than games. Like, the idea that invested company's only job is to make money isn't even actually technically true. Its original stated goal was to create value, which is why the stocks go up, and then you acquire value. And the idea of like short-term like investiture for gains, which is basically just rich people gambling, really only became popular in the past couple decades. So like it's a whole fucking thing. Like the idea of people like, I'm going to invest in Blizzard, and when Blizzard is their sub numbers go down, I'm going to be like, why are no sub numbers down? And it's like, well, we're the most popular game in the world. Unless people are playing us, that means less people are playing in general. There's nothing to be done about the amount of consumers going down. Yeah, but I put the money. Give more money now. Money.
Yeah, it's just I know that out there's a straw man that says fuck all of that and fuck all of that money, and then even though this is a corporate entity that is trying to be profitable, games should be made for free and sold for free, and you know what I mean? Like, just let's
not go too.
Of course not. It's a completely stupid thing to go down. But there's definitely a person who will hear like this kind of conversation and be like, oh, so what? They should just never so then investors are not an important part of what's going on here or whatever. And it's like, yeah, okay, fuck that. That's not the point, obviously. But I'm just saying that I'm going down this rabbit hole because it's like we're talking about something that Sega has come out and basically said in their financial quarterly meeting. Yeah, that PC release we did was pretty smart. We should do more of that. And
everyone's like, yeah, no shit, morons.
And I literally cannot think of a single fan of Persona that I've had a conversation with that has not, at some point, echoed this sentiment like fucking ages ago. It's crazy.
I can expand that out to the SMT fans in general. There are like 20 games that Atlas released from like the PS1 to the PS2 that just live on that platform alone. And like are gone now. Like that's why everybody popped off for the Nocturne re-release, because it's like, holy shit, that game's incredible. It sure would be great if you could play it on something that's not 15 years old.
So I guess then, in conclusion, like I feel as if the creation and hiring of a community manager almost is like let's have someone whose official role it is to bridge the gap between the fan base and us. And we're going to hire someone from the West who understands it, that comes from that fan base, to represent all of that. But if you still then keep that person and what they have to report to you at an arm's distance, then it's kind of pointless. Because if the person's job is to just quell the anger, so to speak, or like give people platitudes, but there's nothing positive to actually say because you won't listen to them, they kind of have an impossible task to begin with.
So here's a really good example from Sega, the Sonic Twitter guy. So he told his story when he stepped down from the Sonic Twitter. Hey, how come the Sonic Twitter was so badass and hilarious? And he said, well, I was doing the regular thing, and I kept wanting to make funny jokes, but I had to go through like, a 2-day long approval process where somebody would have to translate it in Japanese, and I have to get an answer back, yada yada. So I decided to just skip the approval process and just do whatever I wanted. And then the account got lots of followers, so they liked me, and so they could let me keep doing whatever I wanted. That guy just got promoted to God, what the fuck was it? Like head of strategy or marketing, like something.
Yep. He got a big promotion. Absolutely.
Yeah, huge big promotion.
So he asked for forgiveness instead of permission.
Yeah, and that dude will now have real influence on shit at Sega. Which is great, because that dude knows what the deal is. Not Sonic, anyway, at the very least.
I mean, I will say that being funny doesn't necessarily mean like making great decisions creatively.
No, it doesn't. But what it does mean is that he knows like the way people actually give a shit about Sega's products to the point where he can have a good time with them.
I mean, let's not forget that. Kicking ass and taking names is basically what got Reggie presidency.
It got him way over.
Like, that's all it was. It was that one moment, that one time. He said something kind of, like, stronger than Nintendo that would like at the time, and that was enough for him to fucking parlay it into leadership of the entire company on the Western side of things. So, Body being ready was way later than that. I'm talking about the first thing Reggie ever did when he walked up and said, I'm about kicking ass, taking names, and we're about making games. Like people were still in that like Nintendo ain't babby shit. It's serious. It's real.
And this big tall pizza man, he's gonna tell you he's gonna fight you.
Yeah. So good job. Yay for PC releases.
You found your dick.
Turns out it was there the whole time.
Put it on the PC. Actually, put it on everything, but really, please put it on the PC so that I can have this shit forever. Please, God damn it.
So, can we talk about the slingshot of emotions that we went through this week when you, one, watched the trailer for Aeon Must Die, and then two, read the story about what's happening with Aeon Must Die?
I actually didn't see the trailer, So the first thing I heard was, "Yo, that game's not real." And I went and looked at the trailer, and I'm like, "Yeah, I'll believe that.
So
I'll believe that the game's not real."
I want to say that we actually talked about Aeon Must Die on the podcast
I mean, that's possible.
months ago, because this is not the first time it's actually been teased. We actually had a look at it earlier on, because I know this is not the first time I've heard of it.
1 year ago.
Yeah, there you go. So we talked about it when it first dropped, and we got a look at it. So this time around, they dropped a closer to release, I guess, trailer of it, and boy, that shit looks fire. It has everything I love, with big burning animations and lots of really cool, like black and color aesthetics.
Black and neon, like almost Tron.
Everything, yeah, and like little bit of that Promare energy coming off of some of the characters, like the burnish looks a bit like the burnish in some cases, and you're just like, oh my god, look at it go, right? And at some points you're like, I mean, I guess that could be gameplay if it was really, really, really like smoothly implemented, but it looks great. Fucking seems like a beat 'em up that emphasizes one-on-one battles. Lots of great shit happening in that, you know. And you're feeling homages to lots of cool anime things. Immediately following this trailer release this week comes the comment right under its YouTube post. Was basically someone in the comments who, if I can get the exact quote, more or less came out and went, yeah, this trailer is stolen assets from the dev team, because the dev team that made this no longer work at this company. And in fact, there was a legal battle over the IP itself. And it seems like this game, this entire IP, was taken from the people who made it. And essentially, they made a trailer without the dev team and put it out there to get it marketed out in the world and to do their thing. But everyone involved in actually working on this game and making it is now completely removed from the equation and are in a legal battle to figure out what the fuck they can do. This is the impression I got.
Hey, did you steal our IP? No.
That is some horseshit of the highest fucking order. And boy, like, talk about, like, it was like minutes between, yo, look at this trailer. Oh my god, what? Scummy ass.
It's a fake trailer.
Scummy ass sounding shit. So
from possible criminals.
Let's find out. Yes, here we go. So, this trailer was created with abuse, manipulation, and theft, says the YouTube description of the same trailer, uploaded by a third-party account shortly after it was shown at State of Play. People who worked on every shot of this are no longer with the company holding IP rights. Some were not even paid for their work. This trailer was pending a conflict of IP. The real IP for the game was stolen from the creators via foul play. It links to a Dropbox folder with a cache of testimonials, allegations, and other documents made by 8 workers who left Limestone Games in June. And chief among them is Alexei Nehoroshkin, who helped found the studio in 2016. Yeah. And basically, they're saying that they didn't even... not only did they steal the shit, they didn't even pay the artists or the staff. And they were in infinite crunch time, among other abuses.
I mean, when you're gonna steal, why not just steal it all?
So, on Friday, Focus Home Entertainment responded to the controversy. And what is their statement here? We pride ourselves,
basically, we're
yada, yada, yada. We were informed of serious allegations. Grievances directed at Limestone, their direct employer. Okay. So the publisher says they're looking into the allegations and no further comment will be shared until they have a complete view on the matter.
They usually can't say anything until there's like there's a lawyer that tells them that they can say that you can dunk on them.
Yeah. There's obviously everything to fucking say about like the grossness of, you know, a company that would do that. It's also kind of nuts because it's like, it's that weird thing where it's like, can't you, like, looking at the kind of magic of like what they were making, it clearly looks super cool, super impressive. Like, there's a reason why you're working with these people, and like they're able to whip up the magic that's going to, you know, hopefully like make you your money and allow everything to thrive here, right? It's kind of wild, I don't know, to just kind of like kick the chefs out and somehow be like, no, we're just gonna keep spitting these meals out for you. Like, it's such a baffling decision.
We still get the brand name, right?
Yeah, but it's just like, you kicked all of your chefs out. They're all gone.
All right. Well, you don't need Gordon Ramsay. We still got the Michelin star on the menu, right? Okay, good enough. Just hire Jimmy off the street.
Like, the thing with these stories that I never understand is like, what is your course of action here? After releasing the video game, what's your plan? I take the money and run, I guess? You know?
Yeah.
I guess.
I mean, the thing about taking the money and running is that when you're running, you have a lot of money to help you run.
But if you didn't take the money and run, then you could have continued to, like, grow some good shit with a team of people while continuing to make money.
Money and run, you have the money right now.
Yeah, you do. That's true.
You have money right now. You don't have to wait for success. You just money.
You know what's better than taking the money and running?
What's that?
Never spending the money to begin with.
Just don't spend it?
Don't even spend it on the people making the thing.
Oh, like, man.
Because you have to spend money to make money, right? But you want the money now. So
supposedly. So
you're trying to get that cash money immediately. But what's even better than getting the cash money immediately is not even spending it in the first place. So,
oh, man, that's crazy.
So you get all the money when the release comes out, but you also never spent any money.
Huh.
So you're in the black. You're in the double black. You know? You're fucking gangbusters on it.
Don't worry, money. Your money is all that money.
I look forward to the statement from Limestone Games, which Aeon Must Die has now been released, and to purchase it, all you have to do is transfer 8 Bitcoin to this address, and you will be redirected to a site.
And they'll send you 10 Bitcoin back.
A copy of the game and 10 Bitcoin for every one that I upload? That's wild.
That's crazy.
Dude. Yo, this game though, right? Purchase it now by uploading your Bitcoin or Ethereum to this address. The trailer for this game looks fucking cool, man. That's upsetting.
I bet it looks cool. It's basically designed to be cool and not have to have anything to do with the real game.
I hope that this is one of those stories where you fast forward in time and the team of people working on this get together and continue to make magic as they were and make some cool shit that has nothing to do with their horrible fucking employers.
I would really like it if they put out a new similar game called Aeon Must Live. And it's just the opposite plot.
I hear you, but like the months it would take after doing this kind of thing, you want to go in a completely different direction probably. you know, at this point, it's probably just traumatizing to even bother looking at what you used to work on. You kind of, you know, but I definitely hope they make something else together, and we get to play whatever they had in store for us, because I'm fucking all about what I saw in that trailer, and I'd love to see that team do something else, man. Yeah.
Sony must feel stupid.
You know, it's gonna. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not. You know, if they don't know what the fuck, yeah, they just throw it up on the state of play, and it is what it is. It's probably embarrassing. I don't know if they're gonna get to really do anything else with this game, but I will say this: when it drops, right, will we be looking at something where, like, how far will the power of this story go? You know, because you have to remember that there are people that, like, pretty much just buy games by browsing the front end of their online stores, you know, that aren't necessarily tuned into the shit that we are tuned into or following any of this crap. Like,
I can't imagine the game releasing while there's an active lawsuit going on about it.
Stranger things have happened, but you're probably right on that. But I feel that I'm curious to know, like, you know, is this going to be a thing where, like, a lot of people, like, will the news about this, like, stop almost all of its sales?
No.
Or would it, you know, how much does it still manage to?
No, the legal battle might, but no, definitely not. But yeah. I mean, a game like that, an indie game that's from an unknown team, like, the fact that it's unknown, it might actually increase the sales because more people would know about it.
I think if everybody that is, like, anyone that would have streamed it and went like, yo, check this out, is kind of going, fuck this game, don't give them your money, they're scum. You know, it'll have its effect, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see where this goes. Anyway, we got some other announcements as well.
Got any manga news this week?
I was going to talk about The Ancient Gods Part 1, the Doom Eternal DLC.
Hey, look, we're going to shoot gods again.
Without Mick Gordon.
Oh.
Sorry, it's the first thing I thought of. People seemed to be convinced that this was going to go into the Betrayer and his son and the whole Icon of Sin shit.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see where that goes. But, yeah. Sad about the music, man. Sad about the music.
I hope it's good. I want to kill more stuff.
I feel like Doom is, of all the first-person games I've been playing recently, Doom is definitely the one where I could boot that up and just load into, like, a randomly generated challenge room. You know?
Fuck around
for a bit, totally. and then turn it off. Yeah, it lends itself to that really, really well. Manga news, you say?
Yeah, you got any manga news this week?
I didn't.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Are you even passingly familiar with the lead in I'm doing here?
Nope.
All right. This week in manga news, the writer of a manga called Act Age, which was apparently fairly well regarded in general, was arrested a while ago in a somewhat wholesome message. I think it was at the end of one of his chapters. He wrote, I just need a bicycle, and then I will be able to get my exercise while social distancing, yada, yada, right? He was arrested because they caught him on video camera riding around his bicycle and doing drive-by molestations of middle school students. So that's what he needed his bicycle for, I guess. Shonen Jump has come out and being like, yeah, that shit is dead. That manga is dead. That is a dead manga.
Did chapter
they? The chapter that is being printed right now. Yeah, that's the last chapter.
Mm-hmm. Any word on Kenshin? How's Kenshin doing?
Kenshin's okay.
Yeah.
I guess.
Is it?
Yeah.
Kenshin still going strong?
I'm not actually familiar, but I'm just gonna assume that it's actually going fine.
Okay. Cool. How's Pure Taki?
I don't know what that is.
All right, that's the guy who. That's the cocaine. That's the cocaine Yakuza guy.
Oh yeah, him. Yeah. Oh man, do you even know about the even worse Yakuza cocaine story?
Which one was that?
So there's a guy in Yakuza 4 who plays the cop Tanamura, and he also got deleted from existence and had his facial actor removed because he also got arrested on drug charges, and it was cocaine as well. And turns out a friend of his, air quotes, was jealous that he was more popular in acting, and so just made it up. And as a result, even the industry turned on him so fast because he got arrested that he quit acting. He's like, I'm out of this. Fuck this business. This is the worst.
Holy shit. Just on accusation.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Well, because he got arrested.
That's
I think
wild.
The guy even admitted to planting the drugs on him or some shit.
Oh, okay. So, but he did, because I was like, someone said, "Hey, that guy has drugs," and then the cops just took him, and that was it. They didn't even.
Everyone was like, "Oh, cutting ties with this motherfucker. He's a dumbass."
I mean, if he planted something they found, that'd be one thing. I guess that's at least they found something, and then if they just grabbed him with zero evidence, that'd be fucking. But I wouldn't put it past them because 99% conviction rate, of course. Jesus fucking Christ, man.
Sorry, buddy.
That's insane.
I woke up with a baby.
Well, your job involves making noise. Baby naps are going to be rough sometimes.
Baby must nap.
I mean, listen.
Go back to sleep. Oh, thank goodness.
I have a question. Have you read Act Age?
I have not.
Is it good?
People say it's good, but I haven't read it.
Is it a good manga? Is it?
I've heard it's a good manga. Hey, listen, man. Listen. So I haven't read Act Age, but it's a good thing I haven't read it, I guess, because then I'd be sad. Now I can just avoid it. I never did get around to reading.
Hold on. You cut me off in a place that makes it sound really bad because I didn't get to finish my thought. Oh. I'm asking because I'm wondering if, is the fact that Kenshin was allowed to continue in light of grave accusations, which were then confirmed via evidence. Is Kenshin? Is it simply because it's fucking Kenshin and that's the end of that? Because
I believe because of legal and cultural differences in regards to the act of sex crimes versus having sex crime material. But I believe the Kenshin guy actually got off easy because he ratted out a pedo ring.
He did, exactly. He got a lighter sentence because of that. But that's not. But that's what I'm saying is, though. I'm not talking about his legal, sentencing. I'm talking about the business that he works with and the ramifications with the business.
It's really popular, Wooly.
That's what I'm talking about. So what I'm wondering is Act Age getting this versus the other case where they're like, we suspended it for 2 weeks and then got back right to it. Is that just a matter of it's fucking Kenshin versus I've never heard of Act Age? Is it simply
I believe that. Yeah.
2 tiers of popularity, thus 2 types of
people are
result.
saying Kenshin's been over for a decade.
Then why was that story reported alongside the fact that Kenshin had an ongoing thing that was going to be released, which they put on pause? If Kenshin's been over for 25 years... Okay, well, here's what I'm going to say. If Kenshin's been over for 25 years, the story that came out about the creator also within that story was there's something they were publishing about Kenshin that was happening, and they stopped publishing it. So whatever you're saying it was done with, well then it wasn't done. They were putting something out. Yeah.
And the answer is because Kenshin's really popular.
Oh yes, okay. This is all I'm trying to,
So, I mean, I might have read Act Age at some point. I don't know, but I'm definitely not going to do it now. It's very sad. I can't stand it when you are going to enjoy a thing and then the person who did the thing is like so reprehensible that you're like, like you don't even want to enjoy it anymore. On the plus side, I've been thinking of finally watching the anime adaptation of Aizo Kuken this weekend, maybe. Luckily, there's nothing horrible about... Oh, no! That one, too. Did you watch Aizo Kuken?
No. In fact, for a second, I was wondering if you were talking about Aiken, which it doesn't seem like you are.
No, I'm talking about the one with the teenage girls that are writing they're making a manga.
Okay. It's way different from the other thing.
Everybody was like, wow, that show's great. And it's like, oh. Anyway.
What happened?
Just don't follow creators on Tumblr.
What happened?
Wait, was that fake? Oh no. This says a lot. This says a lot about the view of anime and manga creators that I'll just assume anything I hear about is true. Oh no.
Okay, so some bullshit story. All right.
Maybe. I'll do a little bit more research.
Okay. Well, that went nowhere, but
just like Act Age.
Well, no. Act Age went somewhere. He went to the middle schools on a bicycle and pedaled off. It's a rather...
Never to be seen again.
Yeah, that's a very non-wholesome use of a bicycle.
I would say so.
I said pedaled off. Pedal, because bicycles have pedals.
Oh no.
Okay. Yeah. It's not a... Never heard of this manga, but it's not... I never heard of this manga, and I never will again, I suppose. So that's
much.
There you go. Okay. Well, hey, I'll tell you what's cool. There's a new character in Them's Fightin' Herds named Shanty, and it's a pirate.
Oh, wow.
And if you check out the trailer, someone really, really, really loves Gangplank Galleon and King
How do
K.
I spell
Rool.
this?
Shanty.
Shanty.
It's a goat, and the goat is a pirate. And if you can hear and see, look at the stage and listen to the music, and it's kind of crazy how much this is legally distinct King K. Rool Gangplank Galleon.
Let's take a look. Oh, yeah. That's a cool goat.
Yep. So, it's been a while since there's been a new character. In fact, I mean, the game's still being worked on, so like there's a lot, but they had a Stampede tournament this weekend, and I believe the stinger at the end was the reveal of this, so that's pretty cool. And that game continues to be very good and deserve attention. So check out the reveal is going to be on Friday. They're going to show off more gameplay, But in the meantime, listen to that fucking. Guess
I
what?
hear it.
If you're ripping off King K. Rool, like that's a good ass song. That's a good ass stage. There's worse places to pick from. It sounds very good. Sounds very, very good. But yeah, they're not even pretending that it's to hide the homage there. So that's gonna be coming out, and then a little bit, not much to say about it, but if you remember Momodora, that really cool
I do.
Platformer, Reverie Under the Moonlight. Well, they've announced a new game will be is in development for the 10th anniversary since the first Momodora came out in 2010. And I've
That's
only
a lot older.
Yeah, I've only played Reverie Under Moonlight, but it was really good. So that's fucking great news because solid ass game. And
I remember very much
sprites.
enjoying the time I spent with it on that quick look we did.
Cute sprites.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Looks like someone's trying to green hand their way out of their containment.
Somebody was just going to take a big, giant jump off the couch. But he is too little to do that.
That's crazy. Geef doesn't have his Air SPD yet. He only learned that way later.
This dog isn't afraid of shit. We ran the Roomba the other day, and we were like, we got to get him used to vacuuming. He fought the Roomba for like an hour. Like, he doesn't give a shit.
So
We stroll him up to new people, and he's like, he's got to get used to new people. He's like, pet me, I'm a dog.
Did you always have a Roomba?
Yeah, we've had a Roomba for a long time. Oh yeah, we got a Scuba too. That thing kicks ass. That washes the floor better than I could.
Because I feel like Roomba people get Roombas for their pets.
It didn't work out that way. But I mean, it did work out that way. But no, we got it beforehand.
Okay.
It's nice to clean the floor without having to clean the floor. It's the Roomba that mops your floor. Forget the name of it. I called it a Scuba.
Momodora.
So soft, I love to kiss it.
We've got Rocksteady getting ready to announce a Suicide Squad game. Which, who knows? Who knows?
You're gonna kill Superman. No, you're not. You're gonna kill Bizarro.
So here's the thing. I'm the first thing that comes to mind is Suicide Squad is the brand that you are associating with the fucking movies and shit currently, but Rocksteady are the Arkham people. So
They are.
Is this going to be their own Suicide Squad that they're allowed to make with their full discretion? Or is this going to be movie tie-in stuff? Feels like if they made their own thing
with a little bit of tie-in.
Yeah. Feels like they'd be smart to let them do whatever the fuck they wanted with it. Because, people like those Arkhams.
I like those Arkhams.
Although, I haven't seen it, but I heard that Birds of Prey was actually not that bad. I heard it was alright.
Really?
Yeah. AKA Harley Quinn and her Birds of Prey.
Oh, right.
Apparently they swerved it hard R, Deadpool style, and some people said some good things about it. But I don't know.
You know what I know?
Mm-hmm.
This dog is fat. It's a fat dog.
Okay. And the next story is fucking confusing to everybody, but trying to make sense of it. Blazing Saddles is being remade as an animated samurai movie about cats and dogs.
Paige told me about this last night, and I thought she was fucking with me. I thought it was a goof. It is not a goof.
The film company Align is making an animated movie called Blazing Samurai, which will feature elements from Blazing Saddles. Yep. I guess they've gotten the okay from Mel Brooks, or at the very least whoever's in charge of that brand. And Hank...
Mel Brooks' puppeted skeleton has given them the okay. Oh,
Max?
This dog wants to...
Is it just Max?
No, Mel's alive.
Yeah, I know. We saw him in the quarantine. Yeah. So Hank the dog dreams of becoming a samurai, and he becomes he's in charge of protecting Kakamucho, but it is a town populated entirely by cats.
So I'm of the opinion that this has a chance, but only one chance.
Yes.
And that is if it's exactly what it sounds like.
Yes.
And the dogs and cats are like violently racist. Like,
so this is it.
Outrageously racist.
The script needs to be 95% accurate and have the words white and other replaced with dogs and cats. And if that's the way we play it, we're good to go.
Listen, guys, all I'm saying is that if you want me to be on board with this show, I want the first episode of this show to be called Dogger Please. If you do that, that show might have a future.
Where are the Siamese cats at?
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Come on.
Wait, it's a movie? It's a feature-length film?
Yeah,
I thought it was a show.
No, it's a movie. It's a movie.
What the fuck?
It's the only way to salvage this. And the fact that they're using animated animals means they're coming for that Kung Fu Panda money. So there's no way it'll be doing it properly. But yes.
Do you want...
I love me some Blazing Saddles. I need them to do this the right way if they're going to do it. And they never would.
Do you want it to be like Doggo and Pussy or whatever the fuck, right? Or do you want it to be like straight up, like real terms?
I need my love of Blazing Saddles would have it no other way than as real as possible.
Oh man!
But enough of that shit. Here comes Mongo, and
Mongo.
Mongo, the giant fucking it has to be a cat, right? So
yeah,
it would have to be like a humongous fucking mountain lion or some shit coming through.
I know exactly what it would be. It would be a Maine Coon.
Sure.
That's the real name of that cat.
Yep. Sure. Why not?
That's what Elmo is.
Now, Pat, I have a question for you, right? Because it sounds to me like you two are on board for the version of this movie which is accurate in most ways.
No, I think it would actually be funnier if they invented fake racisms.
Okay.
I think fake racism terms are always hilarious.
Now,
it's not racist, but in Batman Beyond where they had everything was just like schway. Schwarbage.
You know what? However this plays out, let's say it goes and it does its thing.
All right.
How does the cute animated movie about cats and dogs handle the finale?
Ah.
Huh? Huh?
Okay,
Huh?
wait.
Huh?
Like the finale, like them riding out of the theater, or like?
No, the musical number.
Oh fuck, I forget what it was. I remember they had the big musical number, but I forget what the song was.
The song was called "Doing the Big Mistake."
Okay.
Do you recall the song?
Not really. It's been a long
It was very much of the time.
time.
Throw out your hands, stick out your tush, something, something. Da 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 da. That's what it's called. Now you're doing the big mistake.
Like, is at the end of Blazing Saddles?
French mistake. Excuse me. French mistake.
Did we see? Is that where Springtime for Hitler was?
Springtime for Hitler and Germany is way before, and you're also when you're getting the no, that's the producers. That's the producers. So no, you're thinking of probably I'm So Tired, right?
I'm so tired.
Yeah.
Can't you see she's pooped?
Yeah. Listen, the end of Blazing Saddles is the most dated thing in cinematic history. It's not 2020 approved by any way stretch of the imagination. That shit.
I mean, Wooly, let's be really clear. Blazing Saddles is the least 2020 approved movie of all time.
Well, probably. I mean, listen, upon completion of the musical number, I don't know if you recall, but someone yells the line, "Okay, friend, what's next?" It's dated. But anyway, I don't think we're getting a faithful
Yeah, well, maybe it'll follow deeply into the footsteps of Cat Shit 1. Of animated cat and dog movies.
I need to see a rating. Give me a rating. If this is
17.
That's when you know. That's when you know. You know?
You see that rating come out? So you know what I want this movie to be? I want them to use the fake dog and cat racism terms. And I want them to use fake swears.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So in Battlestar Galactica, it's hilarious, but in order to get on network TV, everybody says frack because it's the future. So say frack off. So I want
in fucking Firefly, everyone says Goram because China.
Right. So what I want is fake swears and fake racism, and but other than that, it is like the Shield levels of anger and like cartoon violence and swearing, and they just try super hard to get that PG.
So
work it as just because I don't even remember Matt and Trey talking about South Park, but they were like, "We're gonna make this the most fucked up, violent movie ever," and then they showed it to the censors, and they're like, "Take out this one rim job joke, and you hit PG-13."
Right,
and they were like, "Really?"
Yeah, so you overblow it so that you overblow it so that you can fucking get the rest in there. Totally, fuck up their sense of scale.
Yeah,
this movie should probably end up being the anti-Zootopia. That would be the goal. Yeah, I don't fucking know why this is happening, but there's. Never forget that Blazing Saddles is the first fart joke on film.
Really?
Ever.
Well, thanks, Mel.
The cowboys sitting around the fire is the first fart joke on film. History. Right there.
It is history. I'm going to shoot the sheriff. No, don't do it.
You can't.
I fucking love that movie.
You can't do it. You can't do it today. It's too fucking raw, man.
There's
It's
no
too
way.
raw.
Mel Brooks, in the time that movie was made, had all the clout in the world. Like, the only person who could make a real Blazing Saddles style movie right now is still Mel Brooks. And he'll be like, I made Blazing Saddles. And you'll be like, you're right, Mel, you did make Blazing Saddles.
Dude, like... yeah, I just... Anyway. I strongly disagree. I don't think even he could. I think it's just, you gotta just let it be a relic.
We got people in the chat who nailed it. Thank you, Queequeg, who said Blazing Saddles 2, The Search for More Money. That is a perfect title for that. It wasn't that Spaceball 2's title? Oh,
I mean,
man.
you certainly could do it if you know, if you calmed it down.
God, Mel is
if
like...
you calmed it down, you could.
Mel looks rough.
He's old.
Right now.
He's fucking old.
He's very old. Can't you see he's pooped?
Yeah. He's had a long life.
Literally sing that fucking tired song to each other like all the time.
Yeah.
Everything below the waist is kaput. Yeah, it's great.
Because it's not like it's not just racial shit, man. It's all of it. It's everything at some point. All right, let's take some letters.
All right, let's get some letters. If you want to send in a letter, you can send that into castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
We got the first one coming in from Wishy Washy. Says, Pat got a babu, named him after the Red Cyclone. Thing about old good Vodka Grobowski, though, is that nobody pronounces his name right. The fuck thing is that Street Fighter has had fully voice acted names for a while now, and the A in Zangief, as in is 2 syllables, and Gi-F as well. People don't give a shit, though. They just call him Zangief. So this actually makes me think of Zidane from FF9, where I know it's pronounced Zidane, like the soccer player who was popular for that headbutt meme about a decade ago. But everyone I know says it like Zidane Cook. Or, oh, no, Zidane. Zidane. But it's, everyone says it like...
That footy player that headbutted that dude.
Okay, so the problem with this email is, unfortunately, that the
written down,
the way it's he did a bad job of writing it out in the way he's intending it to be said. Yeah.
So what he's saying is that we named a dog Zangief, and he's like, by the way, this line of hold on, yeah, I know, Paige rolling her eyes in the background. Boy, this thing has been a really annoying question to deal with constantly, with certain people being like, oh, you named your dog wrong. Like, all right, shut up, dumbass. All right, here's the deal. Zangief has been a character since 1992, I want to say, right? Prior to that, he was Vodka Gorblovsky. In almost every time he showed up in media, he was called Zangief, right up until, I think it was SF4 and 5, where the announcer starts to call him Zangief.
Yes.
Which is a reference to the guy he's based off of, called Viktor Zangiev. He's a Soviet wrestler back in the 70s. Who kind of looks like Geef. The problem is that came decades after the character's creation, to the point where in fucking Wreck-It Ralph, that Capcom signed off on, of like Zangief hanging out and talking to people, he's like, my name is Zangief, and he has the whole like, I'm not a bad guy, just because you're a bad guy doesn't mean you have to be bad guy, etc. Like, the name's inconsistent as shit. And even if it's wrong, I don't care. That's the dog's name now. We're teaching him his name. I'm not gonna. My mom already has trouble enough saying his name.
In defense, the question was not a call out. It was just.
So I want to point out I'm actually not frustrated with the question. This guy's making a decent point. I'm frustrated with the similar but much ruder questions.
Okay. Yes.
Man, getting a dog on the internet is infuriating. People are assholes.
Well, you know. Yeah, the question was essentially, what games can you think of where the game itself pronounced their own shit wrong within their own series? And
Final Fantasy is like, they didn't pronounce it incorrectly, but oh my god, do people still fight about that shit? Like, I still know people that are like, it's Titus, I don't care.
Yeah, Titus. Never forget Ryu, and Ru.
Persona 5, all the characters say their own names wrong, which is probably the worst one ever.
Sakamoto.
Yeah.
There was Sagat versus Saget for a while because you know everyone kind of knew Bob Saget, so you just kind of said it that way.
Yeah.
Of course, Aerith Eris was the legendary stupid thing.
Good old Ru, man.
Yeah, Ru.
That's like one of the worst ever. I would, like, Seth would always say it, and he'd be like, "God damn it, Seth, that sucks."
Yeah, and Ryu bothered me too because I remember my cousins and pretty much everyone I knew growing up would always, that's how it was said. But at a certain point, it's like, but wait, no, like the word is literally, the pronunciation is in the word Shoryuken. Like it's right there. So why would it be different from the thing that he's saying himself? It's that's dragon. It's Shoryuken. It's Ryu. It's right there, So the American cartoon, though, would like double down by having him go Ryu, Don't
you leave Scott McNeil's name out of your mouth.
But just from the jump, the first time you fucking heard it, Ryu's name was in the move. So,
I mean, Street Fighter is the ultimate because there are characters whose names aren't even pronounced wrong; they're wrong. Like Bison and Balrog and Vega.
Yeah, that's a bad one, obviously. Pronounced officially incorrect, though. There's a bunch of series out there that like bring things back and then just do whatever.
Excuse me 1 second.
Oh, okay. Karen, yeah. Karen. I mean, it's A and it's I, right? So it's clearly not Karen, for sure. Raiden versus Raiden. Yeah. So Raiden, in particular, is a weird one because it's like, Raiden, we know what Raiden is. We know about the fucking God of Thunder, which this clearly is. But this weird, not Japanese, not Chinese, not quite sure what Asia form.
Looks like Chris Lambert.
Like that Mortal Kombat doesn't quite know what form of Asia it's taking.
Oh, man, I can't wait to get that Kami Doku.
So Raiden ended up being what it was. It just ended up being Raiden, Like, it's incorrect, but it's canonically incorrect. Yeah.
I forget, there's a oh God, what game was it? I forget what it was, but they were like consistently like characters were arguing almost about the pronunciation of locations. Can't quite remember it.
In the actual canon?
Oh fuck! It's Last Airbender. Somebody in the chat just mentioned it. Everyone in Last Airbender says all their names wrong. Their own character names.
How?
Ong.
Yeah.
That's
Katara.
The number one that jumps out. Like, it's just like.
But like, what's? Ong. Oh wait, sorry. The movie you mean?
Yeah, the movie.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. For a second, I was like, "What?" Like, I thought you were talking about the cartoon. I got very confused. Yes. Okay.
Oh no.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
It's terrible.
Um. Yeah. Got one coming in from Jacob. Says, Wooly, Pat, one of the best stories I've read in a while. Figured you'd like it. There's a enjoy the awfully long link shared here. And the title of this is okay, hold on. So this is a story. There's an article actually on Kotaku where someone discovered that in the book, here, let me get this. A Traveller at the Gates of Wisdom is the latest historical novel from Irish author John Boyne. The Boy in the Striped Pajamas, etc. Telling tales from across the breadth of human history, it deals with a lot of stuff that was real and actually happened, but some stuff that only happened if you played Breath of the Wild. So
it's a very real historical book.
There's a section that deals with dressmaking, and the section in particular says, I enjoy, in addition for red, I had to use Brilla's dress. I employed spicy pepper, the tail of a red Lizalfos, and 4 Hylian shrooms.
I'm sorry, what?
So they're looking for the ingredients to make a red thing. And
I'll just throw some Lizalfos in there.
Red Lizalfos and Hylian shrooms in a historical book in a section about dressmaking. And they're like, what kind of weird reference is this? And basically, people were able to take a guess that what likely happened is if you go to Google and you Google ingredients red dye clothes, you get an automatic list off the top from recommended by Google. Top of the list is apple, second is spicy pepper, third is Hylian shroom, and fourth is sun shroom, fifth is fire key swing, and then sixth is red Lizalfos tail. So
oopsie doodle.
Straight up fictional ingredients being listed off of Google were used in this book. That is pretty funny. Old ass
I
author
bet that history man's very embarrassed.
puts Breath of the Wild in historical novel. Whoops.
Influence continues.
Deer Castle Super Bugs, Shy Ranger says, so Game Grumps used our playthrough Sonic Heroes, and during their playthrough, Aaron was emailed by someone who was a tester during the game. They basically said the game was so filled with bugs, they were told by the higher-ups to only focus on bugs that stop a level from being beaten. If there's something that doesn't stop the level from being beaten, don't consider it a bug. I know Willie's talked about his testing time before, but I was wondering if you'd be able to mention any similar situations where you were asked to only focus on specific glitches. From Shy Ranger. Yes, this is called every single game.
Yeah. Ever.
That's not a weird, surprising thing. That's not a strange occurrence. Every single video game in development at a point has a time when everyone testing it is told to only test critical path issues and only bug A-class things because they're in the non-polishing phase of the game essentially, and or there'll be something that they're trying to track down that they can't find, right? So let's say you're not in polish phase, and you are getting in a bunch of bugs where you're like, for some reason the game fucking blows up when you beat the third boss. We don't know what's causing it, but it happens. Like let's say it's happened twice out of 7 playthroughs or 10 playthroughs, and that's pretty frequent. That's not good. So let's figure out what the fuck is happening. They'll switch tasks to, hey, right now the most important thing is to figure out why that happens, because if people get to that point and can't finish the game, that's the biggest possible compliance failure in the world. You can't fucking release that product.
People will notice.
Yeah, they will very much notice it. So the game will then go, the priority is now, fuck small issues, fuck any spelling errors, fuck any weird sound bugs or, things where you can reload your checkpoint. what is making the game fall apart when you kill the third boss. And so anything that's not that issue, like people, when you find a bug, you have to stop to report it, and that takes some time. And if you are kind of dying inside and or trying to really bleed the day out, you'll take your time writing a bug. Some people take really long writing their bugs, and I'll have to kind of be like, come on. Didn't take you that long, you know?
You don't have to be a tester to know that everybody that I've ever spoken to on game development has described a process in which we are X whatever away. I don't give a shit. This thing has to ship.
Yes. And with that,
when they get played is when they go, oh shit, too much of the stuff that'll really break this shit are getting through. Fuck.
Essentially, right? So, like, at this point, the product has to go through testing to make sure that it doesn't kill you, as opposed to it might leave injuries and grievous bodily harm. You know, we'll get to that, or maybe we won't, depending on our budget and time. But we definitely need to iron out the part where people are dying and stop that from happening.
I spoke with a long time ago. I spoke with a Bethesda QA tester, an in-house Bethesda QA tester, and we had a long talk about the fuck is going on over there, right? And they described with no small measure of pride that they many of them feel that they are the most talented QA department in the business because they are being thrown against Bethesda games all day, and they find everything. Like he described that there was not a single bug that was ever discovered for Fallout 4 that was not. No, guys, you're laughing, but I'm talking about the QA team, the people who find the bugs. Described that there was never a bug that came out that the QA team had not found at some point. And I went, okay, well, that's pretty cool. How long would it take for the dev team to, polish that up and fix most of those? And the answer came back, it would never ship. Like, longer than the console cycle. Like, it's just not going to happen.
Ask me how many times I've heard someone say, we have the best QA team in the business.
How many times have you heard that?
More than 0.
Yeah. How often is that? I bet everybody who's ever said that really means it, and in some cases, genuine.
See, the problem,
but it has to be paired with a dev team that actually fixes it.
Of course, and like, let's be real. Like, you can hide behind that a little bit sometimes. Worked with a lot of QA teams. I've seen a lot of varying.
There's
outcomes.
A lot of talented people out there in QA who report something and then it just doesn't get fixed ever.
And then there are those who are at their desk when a dev comes over and goes, hey, I noticed an issue here. Can you investigate this? And that's like, that should have been something that they caught, but they didn't. But they're like, the dev's like, I'm way too busy, but just please go look into this. And then the person goes and they look into it, and then they find a whole array of problems associated with it, and then they're like taking claim for what they found when really someone came over and handed it to them because they were way too busy. All kinds of bits and pieces. But I'll say this, like, there's always a point, as I said earlier, there's always a point when a game's being made where you're going to be told to ignore non-essential issues. That's not a weird standout thing. It might seem that way at first if you don't know the context, but it's kind of necessary as long as after that phase, there is a polishing phase that occurs. If the game is doing that and they've already had their polishing phase and like they're kind of decided we're going to keep everything else that's in here and ship it, then you're probably going to end up with a game that's pretty rough and not going to fucking.
We got a guy in chat saying that my favorite bug was when I signed into staging branch one morning and every NPC was 30 to 40 meters off the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, yo, love the staging branch, baby. If you get first crack at a new branch, like, it's a whole new world. Like, it's a completely undiscovered area where you're like, what the fuck did you play around with, and like, what did it break?
Staging branch, please.
Basically, it's a fork build that is made at some point where they're like, okay, so, for example, we're testing like Tomb Raider, and then they're like, hey, Tress FX is a fucking problem. It doesn't work. It's creating all kinds of issues with her hair, and
it's a back of the box bullet point, so it's got to work.
So we are going to make a branch build that has removed all Tress effects from the game, so that you can test other things, because this is taking up so much of our time and resources, and we can't tell if the game is running badly because of it exclusively or because of other things.
Mm-hmm.
So you will get a staging branch which has that aspect removed just for this purpose, even though it's going to be folded back in at some point. Or in some cases, it'll be a branch where a feature of online exists here, because like, this needs to be tested in isolation, and then once this is working, we will fold this working online component back into the rest of the game being cleaned up over here together. And
then what happens?
And then fucking everything's busted. Everything's busted.
Somehow, when we just removed Tress effects and exported this build, everything else just broke. There's a story that I may be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure it is real. But follow me on this. Somebody look it up for me. I don't care. But I've told it before, which is World of Warcraft. Way back in beta to 2004, they were still moving around like various rocks and trees in various zones, and they discovered this one rock in the Barrens that if they tried to move it, the server would crash. And they were never able to determine why. And the solution was to leave it.
Yeah.
That's it. Just like, why the fuck is the collision on this rock causing the server to crash 100% of the time?
Yo, one of the most amazing things I remember that was used to deal with like collision issues and falling out of world was like, there are way too many corners and spots and little doorways where if you just push yourself the wrong way, you're falling out of world. Easy, right? How do you fix this? Well, you take the existing ground collision, you duplicate it, move it down by a few, and shift it off axis by about 1 or 2 degrees. And so you basically just take everywhere where a hole was and move another spot in place to cover it up entirely, and your entire level is now airtight.
Great.
I was like,
fixed it.
Just make 2 floors and shift 1 floor over to the side. I'm like, dear God, that's fucking works.
That's spaghetti as shit.
Spaghetti as shit, but it fucking worked, dude. Like, yeah, as long as you're not...
You know what that is? That is the Rockstar horse bug. You just described the exact sequence of events that led to the Red Dead Redemption 1 Rockstar horse bug. Do you remember that fucking thing?
The creepy horse, like having the lady animation?
No. The Rockstar horse bug was NPCs would spawn on the ground. They wouldn't spawn above it and then fall when you couldn't look at them. Right? They would spawn on the ground. And Red Dead Redemption 1 used like the second edition of the Euphoria physics engine. So what would happen is every now and then there'd be a very minor bug that the horse would spawn 1 inch below the ground so that its hooves were underneath the first layer of ground collision. But they would get caught in between that and the second layer of ground collision. And because the ground had physics, it would bounce between the two and it would speed up and gain force. And eventually it would gain enough force that it would break through the collision box and fly off like a projectile.
Skyrim. Good times.
There's tons of videos of you just walking down a street and like a horse carriage just flies out of space at like 80 miles an hour to attack you and can kill you because of the physics interaction.
Yeah, I saw a video of a dude in like doing like a real life thing where like he closes the door, like there's like a dead body and then he closes the door on where the head is and basically goes like in GTA engine, and then the dude just starts freaking the fuck out, and you're just like, yeah, there are some pitfalls that are engine level with this stuff. That is like, it doesn't matter what the game is, it doesn't matter how you dress it up, you're gonna run into the same fucking issues every single time. I'm
sure what I'm saying is of no surprise to anyone, but I do have, like, when I spoke to Bethesda QA, I'm like, what's the source of the problem? He's like, the engine. He's like, like, we have been bugging the same bugs for like 15 years. And they're just never fixed because they can't be fixed because they're just part of the engine.
Yeah. It anyway, it's expected. It's an expected fucking part of the game, you know. And you do, and to be fair, every project does as well have it is possible to just kind of like be like, there's a point where you're like, the game is polished, it's fine, like there are some extremely minor things left that can be caught in a patch later or so. You can give the approval to ship it type of thing, but there are like some people that will kind of like hold it up and more or less be like, absolutely not, under no circumstances can it ship with this in place type of thing. And like in some cases the studios will have they'll have the heads of each department have to give their sign off to say, yes, I agree, ship it, it's okay. Because what you essentially need is,
guy has to sign off because his vista in this one stage will be completely ruined by this bug or something.
It needs to be a sign of accountability so that when anything goes wrong, you have a clear, like, hey, at this point in time, you sent an email saying you were okay with this, but it clearly wasn't okay. What the fuck, right? It's really just an accountability thing for every department. And you'll have, and for each of those people to get their sign-offs, then the leaders of each team will then have to write their report going, here's what's wrong with it, but ultimately, you know, you kind of like, basically the way I've had to word things in cases was like, I get that you are going to ship this no matter what. Here's what's wrong with it. I think these things are pretty bad. If you're okay with these things existing, then sure, go ahead and ship it. But I'm telling you that they're here, so I'm washing my hands clean of the affair. You know? And essentially, like, you kind of just, it's like a weird, like, it's a situation where you don't want to pass the buck, but you kind of have to, because the argument has gone back and forth so often, and at some point you're like, look, if you're okay with this being here, then so be it. But there's other times when you can let it go, as long as you're like, we'll catch this later. It's a pretty low chance of showing up, and you kind of have to accept those flaws, you know. There's a point in QA where when you're doing it properly, you do have to actually know when to call it, so to speak. And you will never, it's easy to point, it's not easy, but like, it's much harder to know when to call it and to do that well than it is to always say, no, there's something wrong, you got to fix it. No, there's something wrong, you got to fix it. And like, that's a more complex level of doing this work, you know. But it's like actively hitting a point where you're just like, when you
not
think,
everybody can be Nintendo.
essentially. There's also a point where you're just like, look, they're out of budget. They did plan pretty well. Things went pretty as smooth as can be expected at a certain point. But anyway,
this thing's got to come out.
It's got to come out, So that's a harder part of this. But whatever. That's the answer to the question. And lastly, let's take one over here from Paul, who says, "Dear Penitent Ones in quarantine, I've finally been playing through Blasphemous. It's on sale on PSN, and I've recently received some major patches with the DLC. Loving it. Love everything about it, as I love Symphony of the Night. The game also does right what so many things do wrong in its incredible hardcore Spanish Catholicism aesthetic and the potential edginess therein. Can you think of any other media that does edge right, and what is the dividing line?" So, to me,
Edge is hard.
Edge is hard, right? But like when I think about it, edge done right, so to speak, is the question here. I think what matters a lot, I don't know if it's the core point, but what it's in my head, it's a big one, is like, is the character aware that they're being cool? Is a big part of it to me, in a way, because I feel like if you think of like Blasphemous and its character, he's just doing his thing, and the world is just being true to what it is.
And the world is just awful.
If you're getting your Dr. Raven Dark Talon blood wolf out there winking at the camera, Dante notwithstanding, then you're doing absolute fucking, you're going edge in the worst way. The
thing that really helps the Penitent One is that the first thing he does in the game is fill his giant conical helmet with like blood and just dunk it on his head. And that is a weird and difficult to understand edge thing to do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's not like he jumped through a window and threw a motorcycle at somebody. Like, there's just as much, why would you do that, as, well, that's metal.
Mm-hmm. In Souls games, in Bloodborne and such as well, like, when there's, like, gothic architecture and, really, like, sort of grim fantasy elements, again, they're kind of like, they're presented as what the world is, in a way. Mm-hmm. It's just the state of affairs, so the characters fitting in with this world seem like they belong. It doesn't quite seem to be like, I'm cooler than the world and I'm like winking at you as I do it. And again, I say all of this in the face of Dante doing his thrust monologue and throwing Lucifer into a heart.
Dante's perfect because Dante is not edge, but he thinks he's edgy, which makes him actually super lame, which makes it cool. Virgil is edge.
Edge would never do the cowboy dance.
Never. Edge would hang out on a throne with a katana.
Yes.
Going, I can't wait to fight you, brother.
Yes.
Edge is best summed up with that ancient MS Paint like crying Virgil that is like, no, Dante, I am not here to pizza party with you. I am trying to kill you with my samurai sword.
Or that cartoon, that comic, that 4-panel comic strip of Cat wearing Virgil's jacket and hair, going, such solitude, when will my loneliness end? And then a hand with a red jacket reaches out to pet it, and then it turns around and goes, ha! And stabs a bunch of summon swords into it, and then turns back to the window and goes, oh, my solitude.
Yeah,
when
absolutely.
will it end? So a little bit of that. I think that's a part of it, is the self-awareness,
Like my favorite characters that are lame are ones that think that they're cool.
Hmm.
Like think about Duke Nukem, right?
Mm-hmm.
Duke Nukem is one of the all-time like most macho dickhead characters ever.
Yep.
And in Duke Nukem Forever, he's like, "Oh my God, Duke's the hero of humanity," and women fall over him, and he's got statues made of him. And back when that game came out, Jeff Gerstmann pointed out, wouldn't that game be way funnier if Duke is still a macho badass and he kills the aliens good, but everyone around him thinks he's a massive fucking loser?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And he's like, you gotta kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of gum. And like the fucking like special forces guy that's talking, he was like, oh Jesus Christ. Okay, whatever, Duke. Yeah, you're really cool. All right, can you just shoot the aliens? And you
Yeah.
run into guys being like, fuck, I hate that Duke guy. He's so lame.
Yeah.
Jeez, he's really good at shooting the aliens, dude. Just when he's gonna tell you some kind of stupid joke, just like, haha, whatever. Like, god damn it.
It'd be pretty great if every time Shadow the Hedgehog pulled a gun out, like Tails and Knuckles and crew would be like, "Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you?"
Or just rolled their eyes.
You know. But when it cuts back to Shadow, his music is playing, so the world has agreed that this is the tone we're taking.
Like he pulls the gun and the music starts, and then you just like hard cuts to like Tails like nudging Knuckles in the elbow. Like, hey, we can all run faster than bullets, right? Like, why is he like? Who cares? He's got a gun.
Yeah. I see Cloud being mentioned, but like I think Cloud is not really. Cloud is a fucking babu trying. Cloud is a babu trying to be cool, and he can't fucking high five.
That's
but
why I like him, because he's kind of pathetic.
Yeah, but like Cloud is also like he's too much of a like. They can't quite put all that. Like if they wanted him to be an edgy type of character, they would have made it a lot more obvious. But they don't want him to be too much of anything because Cloud is a lot of things to a lot of people. So whatever you get from Cloud is going to be very slight and very like occasional.
Cloud is a kid that was way into
There's
Linkin
no
Park,
overpowering flavor.
and he wants to be like both, and he can't realize which like fashion statement he wants to be the most of.
If he continued down the Kingdom Hearts path,
the bandage shit with the wing,
then we could have gotten there. And hey, I unironically love that design.
Well, that's Cloud after he starts listening to Evanescence.
Getting the Vincent scarf going.
He's watching Daredevil.
Yeah.
He's listening to Evanescence.
Squall definitely has a better claim to that title, I'd say.
Yeah.
And that's just out of like douchey teenage reluctance.
Yeah. Whatever, man.
All right,
we're going to call it there. And I hope everyone has a good week. Stay safe, everybody. Pet your doggos and your cats.
Yeah. Take it easy. And now for the extra MP3 only section.
Now for the extra MP3 bit. I've been